Hey guys, welcome back to a new stream. This is me, Oaksh, and day 51 of learning to code, and day 51 of learning to code. Okay. Let's start. Today I will read a lot of. Today is a lot of reading. A lot of reading today. Yeah. And yeah, we have a lot of reading today. Right. So all the JavaScript refresher is done, and today I start my actual main thing, and I'll be following this course till the completed. It's a full stack course by the University of Helsinki in Finland, and yeah. Hi, let's start. Today's section is about the web fundamentals. So let's start. Let's learn about that. Let's read the article, read this page, and yeah, from tomorrow we can start coding too. We will dive into React. Yeah, JavaScript is already done, so it's fine. Let's go. Fundamentals of Java web apps. Fundamentals of web apps. Fundamentals of web apps. Before we start programming, we will go through some principles of web development by examining an example application at okay. The application exists only to demonstrate some basic concepts of the course, and is by no means an example of how a modern web application should be made. On the contrary, it demonstrates some older techniques of web development which can't even be considered bad practices nowadays. Damn. Boom. Psst, psst. What's wrong with that? On the contrary, it demonstrates some old techniques of web development which could even be considered bad practices nowadays. Code conform to contemporary best practices from part 1 onwards. Contemporary. Okay, open the example application in your browser. Sometimes that takes a while. The course material was done with and adapted to the Chrome browser. The first rule of web development: always keep your developer console open on your web browser. On Mac OS, open the console by pressing on Windows and Linux, open. Remember to always keep the developer console open when developing applications. This console looks like that. What's this? Make sure that the network tab is open. Oh. Make sure that the network tab is open and check the disable cache option as shown. Doko. Network tab. Ah. Okay. What's that? PNG HDR. 6BE. No idea. Make sure the network tab is open and check the disable cache option as shown. Preserve log can also be useful. It saves the logs. Can also be useful. It saves the logs printed by the application when the page is reloaded, as well as hide extension URLs. Hide requests of any extensions installed in the browser not shown in the picture bar. The most important tab is the console tab. However, in this introduction we will be using the network tab quite a bit. HTTP GET. The server and the web browser communicates with each other using the HTTP protocol. The network tab shows how the browser and the server communicate. When you reload the page to refresh a web page on reload the page to refresh a web page on Windows, press Fn? Is that Fn? Yeah, Fn and F5 keys. Like this, Fn and F5 on Mac OS, Control R, or the console will show that two events have happened. Is it only F5? Two events like these. Is that the picture? That's the picture. What's this? That's a code kind of thing. Preview. Oh, that's the picture. Okay. When you reload the page to refresh on the Windows Mac OS, the console will show that two events have happened. The browser has fetched the contents of the page studies.c as example app from the server and has downloaded the image .png document .png. This notes. Nothing. Number of nodes created 100. It's blank. What is it? The browser has fetched the contents of the page studies from the server and has downloaded the image .png. On a small screen, you might have to widen the console window to see these. Clicking the first event reveals more information on what's happening. Can I split screen? Can I do a split screen? I don't think so. Clicking the first event reveals more information on what's happening. The upper part, general shows that the browser requested the address. Studies this. Okay, it's different now. Oh, now it's that. In picture is different. Though the address has changed slightly since this picture was taken using the get method, and that the request was successful. Using the get method, status code 200. Because the server response had the status code 200. The request and the server response are several headers. The request and the server response. Request and response headers connection. So many headers. The response on top tells us the size of the response in bytes. The response headers on top tell us the size of the response in bytes and the exact time of the response. An important header, content type, length connection, content type, HTML text, tells us that the response is a text file in UTF-8 format. What's a UTF-8 format? Is a character encoding standard used for electronics communication defined by the Unicode standard. The name is derived from the Unicode transformation format at 8-bit. As of 2016, almost every page, web page 99% is transmitted as a UTF-8. And the contents of which have been formatted with HTML. This way the browser knows the response to be a regular HTML page and to render it. This way the browser knows the response to be a regular HTML page and to render it to the browser like a web page. Like a web page. Like a web page. The response tab shows the response data, a regular HTML page. The body section determines the structure of the page rendered to the screen. Body section determines response. Yeah. Oh yeah. The page contains a div element, which in turn contains a heading. Div element, a heading, a link to the page. That's a link to the page. Notes, if I click that. Oh, I saw something. Sleep. Yeah. Oi. Someone help me not give up. Damn. First, okay. Oh. The base contains a div element, which in turn contains a heading, a link to the page nodes, an image tag, and displays the number of nodes created. Because of the image tag, the browser does a second HTTP request to fetch the image kuva.png from the server. Image tag. Because of the image tag, the browser does a second HTTP request to fetch the image. The details of the request are as follows. If we click on that, you can see that over here. The second request for the image. Rather. Nobody. Because of the image tag, the browser does a second HTTP request to fetch the image kuva.png from the server. The details of the request are as follows. The request was made to the address kuva.png and its type is HTTP GET. The response headers tells us that the response size is this many bytes and its content type is image.png. For this one, it was content type content type, it's in text HTML, and for this one it's image. Yeah, of course it's image. The browser uses this information to render render the image. Content length, response sizes, these many bytes. That's the one. The browser uses this information to render the image correctly to the screen. The chain of events by opening the page on a example app. The chain of events caused by an opening by the chain of events caused by opening the page. This link on a browser form follows the following sequence diagram. Browser get request http, like browser get request to the server sends HTML document, then I get request for the PNG, and the server sends back the PNG. The PNG page with a pic will be rendered. Boom. The page has yet not rendered. Like after that, what? No, like that. Okay. The sequence diagram visualizes how the browser and server are communicating over the time. The sequence diagram visualizes how the browser and the end server are communicating over the time. The time flows in the diagram from top to bottom. So the diagram starts with the first request that the browser sends to the server, followed by the response. The time flows in the diagram from top to bottom, so the diagram starts with the first request that the browser sends to the server, followed by the response. Request, response, request, response. First, the browser sends HTTP GET request to the server to fetch the HTML code of the page. The image tag in the the image tag in the HTML prompts the browser to fetch the image PNG. The image tag in the HTML prompts the browser for the image kuva.png. The browser renders the HTML page and the image to the screen. Even though it is difficult to not notice, the HTML page begins to render before the image has been before the image has been fetched from the server, because we have already got the HTML document and picture is coming after that. So traditional web applications. The home page of the example application works like a traditional web application, where entering the page, the browser fetches the HTML document details, detailing the structure and the textual content of the page from the server. Stupid at comments. The home page of the example application works like a traditional web application. When entering the page, the browser fetches the HTML document detailing the structure and the textual content of the page from the server. The home page of the example application works like a traditional web application. When entering the page, the browser fetches the HTML document detailing the structure and the textual content of the page from the server. The server has formed this document somehow. The document can be a static file saved into the server's directory. Oh, इसको बंद कर दिया था क्या मैंने तभी यार. The server has formed this document somehow. The document can be a static text file saved into the server's directory. That's a text file. The server can also form the HTML documents dynamically according to the application's code, using, for example, data from a database. The HTML code of the example application has been formed. The HTML code of the example application has been formed dynamically because it contains information of the number of created nodes. Hey? どういうこと? The server has formed this document somehow. The home page of the application works like a traditional web application. When entering the page, the browser fetches the HTML document detailing the structure and the textual content of the page from the server. The server has formed this document somehow. The document can be a static text file saved into the server's directory. The server can also form the HTML documents dynamically according to the application's code, using, for example, data from a database. The HTML code of the example application has been formed. The HTML code of the example application has been formed dynamically because it contains information on the number of created nodes. The HTML code of the home page is formed dynamically on the servers as follows: const get front page HTML node count return node count, not to count the number of nodes created. App.get request response response page get front page HTML nodes.length. You don't have to understand this code just yet. Okay, leave it, fuck it, sorry. The content of the HTML page has been saved as a template. The content of the HTML page has been saved as a template string, or the content of the HTML page has been the content of the HTML page has been saved as a template string, or a string that allows for evaluating. That's fine then. The content of the HTML page has been saved as a template string, or a string that allows for evaluating, for example, variables like node count in the midst of it. For example, variables like node count in the midst of it. The dynamically changing part of the home page, the number of saved nodes in the code node count is replaced by the current number of nodes. The dynamically changing part of the home page, the number of saved nodes in the code node count list, is replaced by the current number of nodes in the code nodes.length is replaced by the number of nodes in the code nodes.length in the template string. Writing HTML amid this call. Okay. Writing HTML amid the code is writing HTML amid the code is of course not smart. Writing HTML amid the code of a code is of course not smart, but for old school PHP programmers it was a normal practice. In traditional web applications, the browser is down. It only fetches HTML data from the server, and all application logic is on the server. And all application logic is on the server. A server can be created using Java, Spring, Python, Flask, or Ruby on Rails, to name just a few examples. The example uses Express library with Node.js. This course will use Node.js and Express to create web servers running application in the browser. Populates. Emma. Over here. But now we go here. Okay. That's a different directory. Yes, directory kind of like. Hey, so can I create one too? Yappa. It's up to you. Note. That's not found. This one is notes. Okay. What's this new note? New note. どういうこと？あ、これかな。Let's read it. Running application logic in the browser. Keep the developer console open. Empty the console by clicking that or by typing clear in the console. Now when you go to the notes page, the browser does the browser does for like that. Spa date. Object. Messy the good. Two, three, होला. It's still 7 there. I think these are only for today. So let's see on it. Okay, keep the developer console open, empty the console by clicking or by typing clear in the console. Now when you go to the loads page, the browser does four requests. All of the requests have different types. The first request type is document. It is the HTML code of the page, and it looks as follows. What am I reading? All of the requests have different types. The first request type is document. It is the HTML code of the page, and it looks as follows. Document correzione, preview like that, notes, like that, notes, okay, like notes, a div, a form, input, button. There's no button, it's no button. Isn't that a button? Like that. HTML like that. When we compare the page shown on the browser and the HTML code returned by the server. When we compare the page shown on the browser as the HTML code returned by the server. When we compare the page shown on the browser and the HTML code returned by the server, we notice that the code does not contain the list of nodes. Yeah, it does not contain that. But it has this div. So yeah, dynamically we are getting that data on the server, I guess. The head section of the HTML contains a script tag, which causes the browser to fetch a JavaScript file called main.js. The head of the tag contains a script tag that causes the HTML file to fetch a main.js. The HTML contains a script which causes the browser to fetch a JavaScript file called main.js. It looks like that. Status code, all that. Hi there. That's fine. Like that. Okay. That's our data as a JSON in a JSON format. That's actually an array of objects. The JavaScript code looks as follows. Var xhttp. Okay, like if this dot ready state is 4 and this dot status code is 200, it means like okay. Then const data, the JSON dot parse this dot response text. We are parsing the JSON data We use stringify, then we parse. Parsing means to convert the JSON data into normal data, like normal text data, I guess, and then we show like that. Was UL document UL unordered list. We create an element like that and then set attributes. We add the class and nodes as attributes and data dot for each function node. Okay, that's it. Do we get like an array, right, for each array or object, whatever we can, like we get an object, I guess. Then we are doing a for each loop over it and function node each of the element or whatever, we creating a list for that, create element list, and on the unordered list we are appending the child, append child, so list 1 2 3 4 like that. List dot append child document dot create a text node, and like on the list the text is going to be this node dot content. What is the node? Doko kore dane. Yeah, all of that. Shh, like that. And then document dot get element by ID, nodes element we get the element that has this ID, and then we append the UL unordered list. You can see that over here. Yeah, okay, unordered list, like this was the one, nodes, we selected that. This also has that, and the child list, one like that. And then getting, post, sending. Yeah, we did do that, like, yeah, I mean, like, the whole unordered list is attached to this div over here, right over here. So yeah, and then the http dot open get data dot json or whatever, like it does something. The detail of the code are not important right now, but some code has been included to spice up the image and the text. But some code has been included to spice up the images and the text. We will properly start coding in part 1. The sample code in this part is actually not relevant at all to the coding techniques of this course. Some might wonder why HTTP object is used instead of the normal fetch. Normal fetch. This is due to not wanting to go. Oh, I did that. Okay. This is, some might wonder why XHTTP object is used instead of the modern fetch. This is due to not wanting to go into promises at all yet, and the code having a secondary role in this part. We will return to modern ways to make requests to the server in part 2. Immediately right after fetching the script tag, the browser begins to execute the code. Right after the script tag, the browser begins to execute the code. The last two lines instruct the browser to do an HTTP GET request. So with that, we are doing a GET request and getting that data.json request to server's address data.json. Oh yeah, that's what I did. This is the bottommost request shown on the network tab. This is the bottommost request shown on the network tab. We can try going to the next address studies.data.json. Try going to the, what do you mean? .json. Wait a minute. Oh, we can open like that as the JSON data. Pretty print. What pretty. Here, these are all for today. Hi. Anki, who's this guy? That's me. It's already so many people are doing this. I'll be glad. Like already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9 people after me. Bye. This is the bottommost request shown on the network tab. We can try going to the address. We can try going to the address dash straight from the browser. There we can find the JSON raw data. By default, Chromium based browsers are not too good at displaying JSON. My JSON data plugins can be used to handle the formatting. Install the JSON view on Chrome and reload. This is nicely formatted. I mean, doesn't this look alright? That looks alright, but still I'll get it. You can't add or remove items. Okay, I'm in the cognito mode. I need to okay. I will install that first and then add that to my browser. Manage extension and allow an incognito too. Yeah, I can use it now. Oh, did I? Yeah, it's fine, I guess. Looks fine, and this can read site data on all sides. What the hell do I do? JSON view. JSON. Nada borra. Yo, I did do that. Whatever. Click the tested. Why isn't it same? Well, whatever. I already didn't get it. Reload the page. The data is now nicely formatted. Are you sure about that? Oh my god. Okay. It looks now good. It looks good now. Okay. Okay. That's better. That's better. Yeah, if I do that, then that's much better. XDD. Okay. The data is now nicely formatted. So the JavaScript code of the node page above downloads the JSON data containing the nodes and forms a bullet point list from the node content. JSON data containing the nodes and forms a bullet point list from the node contents. This is done by using the following code: data json.parse.log console, like we are consoling it, that's what we get. And this is the data, an array of objects like that. Okay, now already understood it. And it creates an ordered list, and then we loop over that data, which is an array, for each loop and all. Like on, nodes is that every object. That's what node is. And from that node we extract the node.content, which is this yappa is the content here, and then we are appending it to the unordered list, and then the whole unordered list is being appended to this nodes dev over here. This dev, it's appended over here, and all the data is here in the code first creates an unordered list and with a UL tag, and then adds one list tag for each tag. Only the content field of the each tag node becomes the contents of the list tag. The timestamps found in the raw data are not used for anything here. Now open the console tab on the developer console. By clicking the little triangle at the beginning of the line, you can expand the text on the console. This output on the console is paused by the console.log. Console.log. You know what? Let me do that. If anybody sees that, they'll see that. Yo, fuck it out. Let's go. That ain't gonna work though. Will it? Not sure. So after receiving and data from the server, the code prints it to the console. The console tab, the console.log command will become very familiar to you during the course. I'm already familiar. Event handlers and callback functions. The structure of the code. This code is a bit odd. The code that takes care of the service response and all that. Event handlers and the callback functions. Callback function, yeah. The request to the server is sent on the last line. Yeah, this is the send request. Send like that. The request to the server is sent on the last line, but the code to handle the response can be found further up. What's going on? I don't know. http.onReadStateChange function. http.onReadStateChange. On this line, on this line, an event handler for the event on ready state change is defined for the next HTTP object doing the request. On this line, an event handler for the event. On this line, an event handler on ready state. An event handler for the event on ready state change is defined for the next HTTP object doing the request. What do you mean? On this line, an event handler. On this line, an event handler. What's an event handler? Oh, that's an event handler. Oh. On this line, an event handler for the event on ready state change. On ready state change is defined. I'm not replying to any bullshit comments today. I think never. I will never stop doing that. If it's related to the studies, I will only reply to that comment. Yeah, whether if someone likes it or not. Yeah, I don't want to care. I don't have time to waste. On this line, an event handler for the event. On this line, an event handler for the event on ready state change. On ready state change is defined for the X HTTP object doing the request. On this line, I'm distracted. On this line, an event handler for the event on ready state change is defined. Is defined for the X HTTP object doing the request. When the state of object changes, the browser calls the event handler function. The function code checks that the ready state equals 4. いや、どういうこと？どういうことですか？どういうことですか？ The function code checks that the ready state equals 4, which depicts the situation that the operation is complete and that the HTML status code of the response is 200. पढ़ भाई, जा पढ़, क्या कर रहा है इधर? तेरा वेस्ट टाइम होना तो इधर मत कर. पढ़ो भाई पढ़ो, कुछ नहीं पढ़ा इतना बता. X http dot unready state change. So kayo. On this line an event handler. Oh, it was the hell. On this line an event handler for the event unready state change is defined for the X http object doing the request. When the state of the object changes, the browser calls the event handler function. The function code checks that the ready state. That's the event handler function. The function code checks that the ready state equals 4, which depicts the situation. The operation is complete. And that the HTTP status code of the response is 200. The mechanism of invoking event handlers is very common in JavaScript. The mechanism of invoking event handlers is very common in JavaScript. Event handler functions are called callback functions. Yeah, the application code does not invoke the functions itself, but the runtime environment. Oh, the application code does not invoke the functions itself, but the runtime environment. The browser invokes. Application does not invoke the function itself, but the runtime environment. The browser invokes the function at the appropriate time when the event has occurred. What do you wanna know? Or just like it? Is your question answered? I like it. That's why. Document object model or DOM. We can think of HTML pages as implicit tree structure. Document object model or DOM. We can think of HTML pages as Come on, man. Stop that. HTML had link script, body, div, h1, div, another list. We can think of HTML pages as implicit tree structures. The same tree-like structure can be seen on the Console's Element tab. Nobody's blushing. I'm not a fucking girl, so I'm gonna blush over that. You're just a stupid kid. That's it. The same tree-like structure can be seen on the Console's Element tab. The functioning of the browser is based on the idea of depicting the functioning of the browser is based on the idea of depicting HTML elements as a tree. Stop. Okay, continue. The functioning of the browser is based on the idea of depicting HTML elements as a tree. The functioning of the browser is based on the idea of depicting HTML elements as a tree. Document Object Model, or DOM, is an application programming interface that enables programmatic modifications of the code of the element trees corresponding to web pages. The functioning of browser is based on the idea of depicting HTML elements as a tree. Document Object Model, or DOM, is an application programming interface API. Application programming interface. Is that the API? That enables modification of the element trees corresponding to web pages. The JavaScript code introduced in the previous chapters use the DOM API to add a list of nodes to the page. The following code creates a new node, assigns it to the variable unordered list UL, and add some childs to the nodes. Okay, we are appending these childs, that's the child, these childs to the UL, and then how many times am I gonna say that? Finally, the tree branch of the UL variable is connected to its proper place in the HTML tree of the whole page. I already know that. Manipulating the document object from console. The topmost node of the topmost as a document. Manipulating the document object from console. The topmost node of the DOM tree of an HTML document is called the document object. We can perform various operations on a web page using the DOM API. You can access the document object by typing document into the console tab. Document console. Document. これだよ。What was I reading? You can access the document object by typing document into the console. Look at that. Shows like that. Damn. Oh, like this is all. That's our DOM. Container. That. Like that. Okay. Let's add a new node to the page from the console. First, we'll get the list of nodes from the page. The list is in the first. Let's add a new node to the page from the console. The first, we'll get the list of nodes from the page. This list is the first unordered list. The list is in the first unauthored list of the page. My UL element of the page. Document.get elements by the tag. And the first one. Then create a new element. Should I do that? Okay. What can I do that like that? Can I do the thing over here? Nanda yo. Document dot get element by tag name, which is UL, and then the on the 0th index. Boom. Yeah, this and then a new element. We create a new element. That talks content. Let's start append. Then create a new list element and then okay, I think I should do that again and then wait a minute, document dot new element. Do I have to new element? I can do it directly too. Who's gonna do that? Document dot create element. Create element by create element E. It's fine. Could I? Okay. And then can we do it like that? Text content. I don't think so. Ah, this one doesn't have that. That's why. Text content. Yeah. We see that over here now. It's updated. Fucking hell. Whatever, you know. Hi. Good morning. Hi, koala-san. Ohayou gozaimasu. Ohayou gozaimasu. I didn't see your message. Sorry for that. Hi. And add the new element, list element to the. I forgot to do that. Sorry. I'll do that like again. Okay. Let's start append the child. Yeah, append child बोला ना मैंने. Okay, I did that. the new element. Yeah. You know what? My ego. Mu L. Mu L is fine. Ah! Yeah, you have to do it like that. Okay, man, I already knew it. Why am I playing with it? Okay, it's fine. HTML is easy. Browser can execute only JavaScript. Most important methods of HTTP protocol are get and post. Page manipulation from console is easy. Or like that, but like, you know. Yeah. Even though the page updates on your browser, the changes are not permanent. We'll just do it, we'll reload it. Everything is gone. Everywhere, man. Even though the page updates on your browser, the changes are not permanent. If the page is reloaded, the new node will disappear because the changes were not pushed to the server. The JavaScript code the browser fetches will always create a list of nodes based on JSON data from the address. Like that. CSS. The head element of the HTML code of the nodes page contains a link tag, which determines that the browser must fetch a CSS. The HTML, the head, yeah, fuck off. The head element of the HTML code of the nodes page contains a link tag, which determines that the browser must fetch a CSS style sheet from the address. I mean, you know, there's a link tag. Head. This. Yeah, fuck it. This. This your style sheet which fetches this piece of garbage. Bro, you already know that. The head element of the HTML code of the nodes page contains a link tag, which determines that the browser must fetch a CSS style sheet from the address main.css. Cascading style sheet or CSS is a style sheet language used to determine the appearance of the web pages. The fetch CSS file looks as follows. I don't know that. The file defines two class selectors. These are used to select certain parts of the page and define styling rules to style them. Class selected definition always starts with a period and contains the name of the class. Container. A class selected definition always starts with a period and contains the name of the class. Classes are attributes which can be added to HTML elements. CSS attributes can be examined in the Elements tab of the console. The outer div element has the class container. The unordered list element containing the list of nodes has the class nodes. The outermost div element has the class container. The UL element, UL and ordered list element containing the list of the nodes has the class nodes. The CSS rule defines that elements with the container class will be outlined with 1 pixel white border. It contains also 10 pixels padding on the okay, I already know that. This adds some empty spaces between the element content and the border. The second CSS rule sets the text color of the nodes class as blue. Elements HTML, this order like that. HTML elements can also have other attributes apart from classes. The div element containing the nodes has an ID attribute. JavaScript code uses the ID to find the element. The div element containing the nodes has an ID attribute. JavaScript code uses the ID to find the element. The Elements tab of the console can be used to change the styles of the elements. Display now. Oh, that's for that. I'm tired. Changes made on the console will not be permanent. If you want to make lasting changes, they must be saved to the CSS style sheets on the server. Loading a page containing JavaScript is a view. Almost there. I think I don't know about these ones. Let's review what happens when the page is opened on the browser. Hi. Browser get the request to the server, and then server responses. It gives response. Yeah, response with the HTML document. Again, one more get request for the CSS. Server with the CSS file. Get request for the main JavaScript. CSS gives JavaScript file. The browser starts executing the JavaScript code. Oh, okay. After receiving the JavaScript file, immediately the browser starts executing JavaScript code that fetches JSON from the server. Okay, so boom, browser executing that JavaScript code and then sends a GET request for the JSON data. Boom. Server response with the HTML the data. Okay, JSON data, JSON. Yeah, no, that. Yeah, okay. Execute the browser executes the callback function that renders the node. The browser fetches the HTML code defining the content and the structure of the page from the server using an HTML GET request. Links in the HTML code cause the browser to also fetch the CSS style sheet main.css. Yeah. Links in the HTML code cause the browser to also fetch the CSS style sheet main.css and the JavaScript code via main.js. The browser executes the JavaScript code. The code makes an HTTP request to the address which the database on, which returns the nodes is JSON data. When the data has been fetched, the browser executes an event handler. Browser executes an event handler which renders the loads to the page using the DOM API. Application DOM, application programming interface. Is it different from that API? Forms and HTTP post. Yeah. Next, let's examine how adding a new node is done. The nodes page contains a form element. That form element. When the button on the form is clicked, form element, okay. When the button on the form is clicked, the browser will send the user. The browser will send the user input to the server. Okay, like this was the one that we sent. New one, okay. I'm gonna do that. See, Mia, hola, 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 mola. Okay, that's the one, the new one. Response Chaneo. That's a post request. 302 found. That's the request. I mean, it's a post request. I mean, we are sending you the browser will send the user input to the server. Let's open the network tab and see what the submitting form looks like. Like that. I already saw that. Surprisingly, submitting the form causes no fewer than 5 HTTP requests. Submitting the form causes no fewer than 5 HTTP requests. Let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. What do you mean? Payload, hula mula. Timing. What do you mean by 5 requests? Xuri. Surprisingly, submitting the form causes no fewer than 5 HTTP requests. The first one is the form submit event. Let's zoom in on it. zoom into it, on it, whatever. Who cares? I don't care. Okay. What am I reading? This. Okay. It is an HTTP post request to the server address new node. Okay. The server responds with HTTP code 302. This is a URL redirect with which the server asks the browser to perform a new HTTP GET request. It is a HTTP post request to the server address. A server address new node. The server responds with HTTP status code 302. This is a URL redirect with which the server asks. The server responds with HTTP. This is a URL redirect with which the server asks the browser to perform a new HTTP GET request to the address defined in the address location, the address node. So the browser reloads the nodes page. Like as we submit the form, okay, it sends a post request, and then again it's gonna redirect to the GET request, and they're gonna fetch the new data here. Like it's a circle, so it's gonna display like that. So the browser reloads the page, reloads the nodes page. The reload causes 3 more HTTP requests. One was post, second was get, and there are 3 more. The reload causes 3 more HTTP requests. Fetching the style sheet, okay, the JavaScript code, this, and the raw data. There's 1, 2, 3, and like 5. Okay, go, come, go, sure, like that. Okay. The network tab also shows the data submitted with the form. You can view the data by first selecting the request name and then checking the payload tab. That and payload tab. What are these? Like that. Oh, what's that? Oh, first is like that. New node, post request, then that's the GET request, and that's again, okay. Like 2 things happened over here. First is that this kana. Correct. I mean, like CSS and JavaScript, and then this is that, like that. Then here we get our data. Boom. Okay. The form tag has attributes, action, and method. The form tag has attributes, action, and method, which defines that submitting the form is done as an HTTP post request to the address new node. Sorry. Sorry. That's post and that's new node. Yeah. Oh, let's go with that page. This is the new node. Post. Method is a post. The code on the server responsible for the post request is quite simple. What's an NB? Notable tippany. This code is on the server and not on the JavaScript code fetched by the browser. This code is on the server. The code on the server responsible for the post request is quite simple. This code is on the server and not on the JavaScript code fetched by the browser. App.post new node. Okay. App.post request. That's our new host. That's a callback function, I guess. That's what you call it. What you gonna call it? Callback function, request and response. Nodes.push. We are pushing content. So request body. So request body and node. Request body node date new date return dot redirect to that. My data is sent as the body of the post request. Data is sent as the body of the post request. My data is sent as the body of the post request. The server can access that data by accessing the request.body. The server can access the data. The server can access the data. Data. The server can access the data by accessing the request.body field of the request object. Rack. The server creates a new node object. Server creates a new node object and adds it to the array called nodes. Server creates a new node object. Adds it. This is new node object. This is being created and it's pushed to the nodes array. It will be added after here at the end. Boom. Each node, the server creates a new node object and adds it to the array called nodes. We are pushing it. Push. Sorry. Each node object has two fields. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. Pablo, Mublo, mucho, gusto. Each node object has two fields. Content containing the actual content of the node. Okay, this is the content. First, each node has two fields. First field, content containing the actual content of the node. That's the content actual one. Okay, and the date containing the date and time the node was created. The server, it creates a new date, current date. The server, I've read about this, so I know what we're doing. That's a new date object. We are creating a date object which shows the current date, current time with date with the current time and all that. The server does not save new nodes to a database, so new nodes disappear when the server is restarted. The server does not save new nodes to a database, so new nodes disappear when the server is restarted. Okay, I have no idea about what's Ajax is, so I'll read about that too. Single page app, what are JavaScript libraries? Okay, too much to read, bro. That's too much. JavaScript fatigue. Then the exercises. We can do the exercises too. I don't know. I'm gonna take a break first. Break. Ajax. Break is like this. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh. Okay. 向こうへ先でか春すちゃかコアラコアラさんモンゴ携帯電話パソコン携帯電話パソコンYeah, it's a break time. Oh, it's 1 hour 46 minutes already. Io. Sorry. छोरी पटाटा है so 3,587 387 390 13 600 413概要欄Akaradam kaho haramashi dayo dairyak 応用その内容小説のはこの通りですWas that Ajax? Ajax is fine.学校の配信 Do you not know? Doing something. But I ain't telling what I'm doing. I'm doing something. Blah. I don't want to. That's why. Any problem? You're already using that, that's why. I'm not using anything that you are using. That's why. Did you get your answer? Or do I have to explain more? Thumbs up, taste the thunder. That's good. Tell me for real, you are a 30-year-old man, right? Because no 16-year-old would be awake this late, and that guy has a school. Yeah. Uncles on the internet pretending to be 16-year-olds. Internet is a bad place. I see that. I don't wanna break my chair. I don't have money. Be back. नहाना भी है ना, कितना भयंकर चीज, इंसान बेकार ही लगता है. So what? Can't I take a break? Can't I take a break? Now you are saying I can't even take a break? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, boy? I will do my anki first. Then continue this. Just say, I'm not saying anything. Why would I say that? But it's not the truth. Not say that. Ba-ba-da, do-do-do. Sorry. Bye bye. Ujikto terbab. ちゃん、こんにちは。
さもないと。さもないと。
Boy, I'm back. Okay, はい。OK はい。左辺に右辺と同じ。ですと、入れ子。構造を記述することで可能です。可能です。Let's get back to the main thing. ちょっと待ってね。これだね。はい。はい。はい。はい。はい。はい。はい。Okay. Let's continue. Hi. Ajax. The notes page of the application follows an early 90s style of web development and uses Ajax. The notes page of the application follows an early 90s style of web development and uses Ajax. As such, it's on the crest of the wave of early 2000s web technology. Ajax, asynchronous JavaScript, and XML is a term introduced in Feb 2005 on the back of an advancements in browser technology to describe a revolutionary approach that enabled the fetching of content to web pages using JavaScript included with the HTML without the need to re-render the page. Before Ajax era, all web pages work like traditional web applications we saw earlier in this chapter. All of the data shown on the page was fetched with HTML code generated by the server. All of the data shown on the page was fetched with the HTML code generated by the server. The code page uses Ajax to fetch the nodes data. Submitting the form still uses the traditional mechanism of submitting web forms, though the application URLs reflect the old carefree times. JSON data is fetched from the URL and new nodes are sent to the Yeah, nowadays URLs like this would not be considered acceptable as they don't follow the generally acknowledged conventions of RESTful APIs, which we'll look into more in part 3. RESTful APIs. Oh. REST representational state transfer is often is a software architectural slide that was created to describe the design and guide the development of the architecture for the World Wide Web. REST defines a set of constraints for how the architecture of a distributed internet scale hypermedia system such as a web should behave. The REST architectural style emphasizes uniform interfaces, dependent deployment of components, and the scalability of interactions between them, and creating a layered architecture to promote caching to reduce user perceived latency. Enforce security and encapsulate legacy system. REST has been employed throughout the software industry to create stateless, reliable web-based applications. An application that adheres to the REST architectural constraints may be normally, informally described as RESTful. Although this term is more commonly associated with the design of HTTP-based APIs and what are widely considered best practices regarding the verbs, HTTP methods, resource responsive. While having a little to do with REST as originally formulated and is often even at odds with the concept. God damn, I don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, the thing termed Ajax is not so commonplace that it's taken for granted. Though the term has faded into oblivion, and the new generation has not even heard of it. I heard of it. I just taken it for granted. The term has faded into oblivion, and the new generation has not even heard of it. Single app page. In our application page, in our example app, the home page works like a traditional web page. All of the logic is on the server, and the browser only renders. All of the logic is on the server. Wow. And the browser only renders the HTML as instructed. The nodes page gives some of the responsibility, generating the HTML code for existing nodes to the browser. The nodes page gives some of the responsibilities, generating the HTML code for the existing nodes to the browser. The browser tackles this task by executing the JavaScript code It fetched from the server. The code fetches the nodes from the server as Ajax. The code fetches the nodes from the server as JSON data and adds HTML elements for displaying the nodes to the page using the DOM API. Application programming interface. In recent years, the single page applications, SPA style of creating web applications have emerged. SPA style websites, single page applications, SPA page styles websites don't fetch all of their pages separately from the server like our sample application does, but instead comprises only one HTML page fetched from the server, the contents of which are manipulated with JavaScript. The contents of which are manipulated with JavaScript that executes in the browser. The notes page, the notes page of our application bears some resemblance to SPA style apps, but it's not quite there yet. The notes page of our application bears some resemblance to SPA style apps, but it's not quite there yet. Even though the logic for rendering the nodes is run on the browser, the page still uses a traditional way of adding new nodes. The data is sent to the server via the forms submit, and server instructs the browser to reload the nodes pages with a redirect. The server instructs the browser to reload the nodes page with a redirect. A single page app version of our example application can be found at a single page version of our application can be found at first glance. The application looks exactly the same as the previous one. The HTML code is almost identical, but the JavaScript file is different, SPA.js, and there is a small change in how the form tag is defined. Let's see that. Looks same. Looks same. How the whoa. Forms tag, nodes form, texto, share, hola, share, blah blah. You know, share じゃない。你好。That's 你好。你好。これが你好です。That's mine ね。これだよね。はい、does save and that, all that. Yeah, let's see. ネットワークですね。SPA.js. Strict Helsinki. Single page app version of our application can be found at first glance, the application looks exactly the same as the previous one. The HTML code is almost identical, but the JavaScript file is different. SPA.js, and there is a small change in how the form tag is defined. This one, like, it uses the method and action of that. This one only has the class ID. Form has only the ID. Notes form. The form has no action or method attributes to find, have, and where to send the input data. Open the network tab and empty it. When you create a new node, you'll notice that the browser sends only one request to the server. What do you mean by empty it? Open the network tab and empty it. When you now create a new node, open the network tab and empty it. What should I empty? I ain't empty anyone. What the babble, babadoropa, obabaro, bum 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 bum. Beep 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 beep. どういうこと？カカ。Chalo. Or like konnichi. Yeah, I don't even know how to write konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. What is it? Konnichiwa. World. Open the network tab and empty it. Network tab and empty what? Empty everything? Like this? Wait a minute. Nanda kora. Oh, what? I'm gonna do it again. I gotta stop laughing. Creepy man. Open the network tab and empty it. What do you mean by empty it? Empty like delete everything? Delete that? Hey, you don't delete that, boy. Open the network tab and empty it. When you now create a new node, you'll notice that the browser sends only one request to the server. Oh, I guess I know. Like empty it, and now like go. Oh, go. Okay, view source. Go on. The post request to the address new node spa contains the the post request to the this one now, like this one has a 201. Last time that one had 304. The post request to the address new node spa contains the node JSON data contains the new node as JSON. The post request to the address. Yep, I know. The post request to the address new nodes spa contains the new node as JSON data containing both the content of the node content and the timestamp. The post request to the address new spa. The post request to the address new spa. New node spa contains the new node as JSON data. Both the content of the node content and the timestamp date. sorry got itあどういうこと？俺はconnection closed response header payload message not created. Let me see what. Whoa. Request payload. Request payload like that. That's fine. The post request to the address the new node as JSON data containing both the content of the node content and the timestamp. Content and the timestamp date. Content single app and the date like that. Okay, the content type header of the request tells the server that the included data is represented in JSON form. JSON. Content type, it's a JSON format. The content type header of the request tells the server the included data is represented in JSON format. Without this header, the server would not know how to correctly pass the data. The server responds with status code 201 created. That's a created. This time the server does not ask for a redirect. The process stays on the same page and it sends no further HTTP requests. Only one. Last time it was 5 requests like that. This time it's only one. The SPA version of the app does not traditionally send the form. The SPA version of the app does not traditionally send the form data, but instead uses the JavaScript code it fetched from the server. The SPA version of the app does not traditionally send the form data. Traditionally just not send the data, but instead uses the JavaScript code it fetched from the server. We'll look into this code a bit, even though understanding all the details of it is not important just yet. Var form, we created this element by the ID. I think that's a div. No, it's form. Yeah, that's a form. Nodes form. We are creating a a get element, not creating. Stupid. That's why, like, how? Get element by we get that element, and then form, that's the element, and on submit when we click that, I think is the, what you call it, callback function kana? Is it the callback function kana? Kanni. That's the function e. Okay, e dot prevent default. I don't know. Var node. That's our node, and that's the content. E dot target. E dot target dot elements. Arrow value. Like that. Nodes into the node. What you call it? Array. We push the node type. This node. I mean this object. E dot target element on index 0. I mean, element on the index 0 dot value. Read raw note. I don't know what's that. Send to the server node. Or sending to the server. Read raw notes. Redrawing the note. Yogshika. Good morning. Hi. Good morning. Good morning. What's up? How you doing? Are you good at programming yet? Getting better? The command document.get element by id nodes form instructs the code to fetch a reference. Instructs the code to fetch a reference to the HTML form element on the page that has the id nodes form and to register an event handler. That was an event handler. Fucking hell. To register an event handler to handle the form's submit event. To handle the form submit event. The event handler immediately calls the method e dot prevent default. I need to event handle my life. If you catch my drift. What do you mean? How do you want to? What you mean? By the way, any plans on for the Valentine week? I mean, I gotta get out of. It means I gotta get out of bed right now. Yeah, I'm spending when I was my previous wife was in 3. Never lose. That's worse. That's worse than being alone. I know what kind of world you live in. That's a baby. No, that's not. I don't get it, man. I have transcended mortals to become a better otaku. Damn. So that means you never want a real life waifu? What do you want then? What do you want then? 3D women are disgusting and impure. Dang. I want to live my jeans as Hotaku Zanmai and have no regrets. Really? Dang. That's bad. Bro's gonna waste his whole life. You know you only get one life. 湿気お前は。いや、湿気って何？湿気、作法や礼儀に外れること。What do you mean? Damn, that's so bad, man. Guru's gonna waste his life. I can't see that. That's so bad. It's 5 a.m. here. I don't know what am I doing. 他人の人生がやりたいこと。ほざけんじゃねえよ。ほざけんふざけんじゃねえよ。余計なお世話だわ。Damn. But that's the truth. You know, I just told you the truth. Man, I don't care what you do with your life. Waste it. Just waste it. Bro, that hairline is cocked. Well,人生とはやりたいことだけ。何も以上以下ではないだろう。What I all meant is like better do something good instead of wasting your time on. I mean, let me rephrase it. Instead of wasting your life on these VNs, these 2D characters. 何がおかしい？お前がおかしい。お前がおかしいだぞ。Thinking that the 2D women is better than a 3D one. Baga. The command document.getElement by ID notes form instructs the course to fetch a reference to the HTML form on the page. Instructs the code to fetch a reference to the HTML element on the page that has the ID notes form and to register an event handler to handle the form's submit event. The event handler immediately calls the method e.preventDefault to prevent the default handling of forms submit, the default method would send the data to the server and cause a new GET request, which we don't want to happen. Okay, like that. 俺は行動に乗っていることにいやー妬ましいやね。人の恵まれたことが羨ましくいくし。Go. Oh, that one I know. ご愁傷様でござる。What's that? 出題の失った人に対することは。What do you like? Rest in peace? ご愁傷様。お前日本語読めないし恥ずかしいと思わない？バカ。Well, the kind of 日本語 that you use, it's outdated, so I don't know and feel anything. Fuck that. Can you read fast? Can you read fast now? ああ、確かに。Stop reading 日本語 like a child. Okay? 読める速度がだんだん下がってきたわ。いや、下がってきた？ Whose? Yours? ちょっと自慢がありますね。上がって。Yeah, I see your typo. 下がってきた。You're so good. You got even worse than the last time when I heard you eat. Damn. ちょっと自慢がありますね。Bro is demanding over that. What's that right now? It's not worth it. Let me tell you, it's not worth it. Ending myself. Yeah. Do that. Do that right now. There is no point having this kind of miserable life. Don't do it for real. The default method will send the data to the server and cause a next GET request, which we don't want to happen. Then the event handler creates a new node, adds it to the nodes list with the command nodes.push node, re-renders the nodes list on the page and sends it to. Okay. What do you think I should do, young Indian? Sage? Is that Sage jokes? We are already 25 old version. We are already cooked. Oh, you're also 25. I thought you were old. 26. You're 26? You're 25. Yeah, I will turn 25. I don't know. I don't know, man. What can we do? Oh, you are my age. Really? Ah, that's cool. I don't know, man, what we can do about that. Virginity rocks. I've chosen my path of enlightenment. Today's goal is completed. Damn. Which is becoming the strongest gaijin otaku of all time. Damn. What do you mean by strongest? Like, I know by famous. Strongest, what do you mean by? Are you gonna make muscles? Body? Are you gonna build your body? And then gonna fight with other otakus? I want to have read the top 100 visual novels of all time at a minimum. Bro is stuck to visual novels. Read the real stuff. Spread otaku culture. You don't have to. There are already enough people. What do you mean by otaku? The people who likes anime and that 2D girls, plays visual novels all day, doesn't take a shower, keeps stinking, stays in the room locked all day in the dark, reading hentais and doing that. We are the most oppressed race of all time. Other people are not real otakus. They are just weeps. Oh, is there a difference between weeps and otakus? Reading in English. English is not real. Yeah, that's true. Bro, you just de-archived yourself now. Just replace otaku media with coding. Damn, drinking chai and that. Otakus are like angels compared to archangels in the Bible. Damn. We have advanced with Kajal Kala to a new level. Wake up. Wake up, you're dreaming. He's from his stinky room. Agartha. Agartha? どういうこと? Agartha. Legendary kingdom that's located on the surface. Damn. Agartha, is it in India? The streamer will show you Agartha. I was originally from Tairik. Tairik? Tairik どういうことですか? Tairik, mystical lost continent. Land of Mu, with Atlantic the name. Damn. Mythical lost continent. Why are you not lost? Ushinawareta. Mu Tairik. Oh, Mu. Like that. Mu. I have no idea what's that. I'm lost, but other people cannot find it. What's this Mu Tairik? What's the story of this thing? Is that who's you? That's you. White as white. White as white. That's you. Found you. I'm secret. Homelands vary. Engage in attack activities. Damn. Oh, that looks like something. Somebody's doing like that. Caller tune, baby. Caller tune, baby. I'm sure you're a homelander from Japan. Anyway, should I go do my anki? Damn, I haven't done anki in a week. I mean, Japanese one. Ha! I've got new addictions. Don't have time for that. Fuck that. Bro burned out badly. Yeah, kinda. Not burned out, like I do 8 to almost 10 hours sessions of this thing. So after that, like I don't have any energy to do that. Bro is too good for Japanese. He got his tipped out respect. I got the cert. What else do you want? Use this anki help in all language. Yup, it helps. It helps. Anki is very useful for learning languages. What about you? I thought you stopped doing your anki. You were calling me anki sleeve. Now look at you. Going back to the same trap. To get trapped. Oh wait, don't try it. Is it free or need to buy? Use ChatGPT, you get the answers. It's free. I stopped and felt bad, but I barely do any of that. Like, yeah, at least do your reviews. You feel bad, really. I feel so bad. Like, I'm not able to do. So, I think in a few days I will. I haven't even recorded a Japanese video either. Haven't done any. It's been 2 weeks. But I've been speaking Japanese with actual Japanese people instead of playing visual novels. My GPT, dumb as me saying. And that's good. That's good. If your GPT says that, then that's good. If you want to get GC into Japanese, watch this video on YouTube title: How to get addicted to Japanese speak like AD. I endorse that method as it's what yokes and I used. What did we use? Well, I have only one method, I just force myself. I just do one stuff until I'm too exhausted or I get burned out. I do that thing that much. It's a video uploaded like 3 weeks ago. If you want to watch it, bro completed kanji. Isn't that your video? Isn't that your video? Bro made a YouTube channel. Damn. Oh, this one. Oh, that's not you. But I've done it already, so not interested. How's that my video? Why is your net so ass? My net? Of course it was buffering the video. Nap man. Is that you? Is that you? Was that you? You just turned on a video, it buffered for like 15. Yeah, it was at 15 seconds. Bruh. Yeah, it's buffering. Maybe I got caught, it's cause I redirected from that page. Nope. My internet sucks. That's true. Man, if you're poor, then that's what happens. That's what happens. Is that you, boy? Oh. Looks like you. Otaku man. Bro, what is my name?
You would still be stuck at a beginner level forever. But in clip 2, the visuals bridge that gap. Even without comprehending the words, the images allowed you to deduce the meaning. While Light is reaching for the potato chip bag, he says, "Pore chippotori," which means to take a potato chip. And then he says, "Taberu," which means to eat it. And
yeah, don't sound like you. Doesn't sound like you. I don't know, man. What's my net? Call our tune, baby. Call our tune, baby. Can I see your comment here? Yoksh, he's doing better than all of us. We need to improve. I don't think I commented. Transsexual. Yeah, it's not me. Why would I waste my time editing videos? Damn. Yeah, that's true. That's kind of true. I have nothing to say. Everything he talks about is common knowledge to me. Yeah. Like now these kind of videos, like they are not made for me. I already know that everything, so. Today's section is very theory heavy. From tomorrow we'll do coding. But the thing I like it does through setting up your talent no Mikaku sponsorship. Yeah, that's cool. And Mikaku is too expensive, you know. $500-600 for 1 year. Or 200? Is it 200 or 500? That's too much, bro. Who's got that much money? I could say any number right now. Why would you believe me? How tall are you? Mikaku is literally worse than the free tools. I mean, it's not worse, it's expensive, so it's worse. Yeah. What you guys are talking about? You can't get monolinguistic studies on Mikaku. Don't worry, I'm gonna build the Mikaku killer. Kira. That's going to be my app's name. Kira. And you will be my first customer. Customer, I mean trial user. Okay? That's actually a fire name. Yeah, that's a Kira. The killer of Mikaku. Damn, you're right. My English is damn bad. It's all bullshit English. Well, it's gonna take some time. By the end of the year, you'll get to test my app. Okay, I gotta go to productive. Go be productive. Thanks for waking up me. Goodbye, Indian bhais. Indian bhais. Damn. Bye bye. Okay, the code determines. Come back again. The code determines that the data is sent to the HTTP post request and data type. Then the event handler creates a new node. Then the event handler creates a new node, adds it to the new node list. Creates a new node, then adds it to the nodes list with the command nodes.push. Re-renders the whole. Is that re-render? Re-renders the nodes list on the page and sends the new nodes to the server. Sending to the server. Re-rendering happening on our page locally on our machine. The code for sending the node to the servers as follows. I shouldn't like I'll just say low bad boys are. Send to server function node. Send to server. That's our send to server function. For X HTTP for post and new XML HTTP request like that. Like that. If you are currently studying, I should because my today's goal is completed. Do whatever you like, man. Yeah. But if you're gonna talk about random stuff, I'm not gonna reply. Yeah, like I still have like these things to complete, man. Learn Japanese, go. The data type is determined with the content type header. Then the data is sent as a JSON string. Okay, bye bye. The code determines that the data is to be sent with an HTTP post request, and the data type is to be JSON. Okay, bye bye. The code determines that the data is to be sent with an HTTP post request, and the data type is to be JSON for post. Oh. The data type is determined by the content type header. This is like JSON here. Then the data is sent as a JSON string. Boom. The application code is available at the... It's worth remembering that the application is only meant to demonstrate the concept of the course. It's worth remembering that the application is only meant to demonstrate the concept of the course. The code follows a poor style of development in some measures and should not be used as an example when creating your applications. The same is true for URLs used. The URL new node type spa that new nodes are sent to does not adhere to the current best practices. JavaScript libraries. The sample app is done with so-called vanilla JavaScript, using only DOM API and JavaScript to manipulate the structure of the pages. Search anki. Okay, type anki, and this is the anki. Go watch the tutorial, man. You are not gonna understand otherwise without a tutorial. Watch a tutorial on YouTube. The sample app. The sample app is done with so-called vanilla JavaScript, using only the DOM API and JavaScript to manipulate the structure of the page. Bye bye. And JavaScript to manipulate the structure of the page. Instead of using JavaScript and DOM and the DOM API only, different libraries containing tools that are easier to work with compared to the DOM API are often used to manipulate pages. Yeah, instead of using JavaScript and DOM API only, different libraries. Yeah, different libraries containing tools that are easier to work with. But different libraries containing tools that are easier to work with compared to DOM API are often instead of using JavaScript and DOM API only, different libraries containing tools that are easier to work with compared to DOM API are often used to manipulate pages. One of these libraries is the very so popular, jQuery. jQuery, jQuery. Is it free? Who the fuck? API documentation, all that. Bruh. jQuery was developed back when web applications mainly follow the traditional style of the server generating HTML pages. Traditional style of the jQuery was developed back when applications mainly followed the traditional style of the server generating HTML pages, the functionality of which was enhanced on the browser side using JavaScript written with jQuery was developed back when web applications mainly followed the traditional style of the server generating HTML pages, the functionality of which was enhanced on the browser side using JavaScript written with jQuery. One of the reasons for the success of jQuery was its so-called cross-browser compatibility. The library worked regardless of the browser. Library worked regardless of the browser of the company that made it. So there was no need for browser-specific solutions. Nowadays, using jQuery is not as justified given the advancement of JavaScript, and the most popular browsers generally support basic functionalities well. The rise of the single-page app brought several more modern ways of web. The rise of the single-page application brought several more modern ways of web development than jQuery. The favorite of the first wave of developers was Backbone.js. After its launch in 2012, Google's AngularJS quickly became almost the de facto standard of modern web development. However, the popularity of Angular plummeted. However, the popularity of the Angular plummeted in October 2014 after the Angular team announced that the support for version 1 will end, and then Angular 2 will not be backwards compatible with the first version. Angular 2 and the newer version has not received too warm of a welcome. Currently, the most popular tool for implementing the browser-side logic of web applications is Facebook's React library. During this course, we will get familiar with React and Redux library, which are frequently used together. The status of React seems strong, but the world of JavaScript is ever changing. The status of React seems strong, but the world of JavaScript is ever changing. For example, recently a newcomer, Vue.js, has been capturing some interest. JavaScript libraries. Full stack web development. What is the name of the course? What does the name of the course full stack web development mean? Full stack is a buzzword that everyone talks about, but no one knows what it means, or at least there is no agreed upon definition for the term. Buzzword, BuzzFeed, buzzing. Practically all web applications. Buzzword, buzzing word, popular word kana. Popular word there. A word or phrase, especially when connected with a particular subject that has become fashionable and popular. Yeah. Bingo. Practically all web applications have at least two layers. The browser, being closer to the end user, is the top layer, and the server, the bottom one. There is often also a database layer below the server. We can therefore think of the architecture of web development as a stack of layers. Full stack. Okay, often stack of layers. Often we also talk about the front end and the back end. The browser is the front end, and the JavaScript that runs on the browser is the front end. The server, on the other hand, is the back end. In the context of this course, full stack web development means that we focus on the context of this in the context of this course, full stack web development means that we focus on all parts of the application's front end, back end, and the database. Sometimes the software of the server and its operating systems are seen as a part of stack, but we won't go into those. Software on the server and its operating system is seen as a part of stack. We will code the backend with JavaScript using Node.js runtime environment, using the same programming language on multiple layers of the stack. We will code the backend with JavaScript using the Node.js runtime environment, using the same programming language on multiple layers of the stack gives full stack web development a whole new dimension. However, it's not a requirement of full stack web development to use the same programming language JavaScript for all layers of the stack. It is used to be more common for developers to specialize in one layer of the stack. For example, the backend. Technologies on the backend and the front end were quite different. With the full stack trend, it has become common for developers to be proficient in all layers of the application and the database. Oftentimes, full stack developers must also have enough configurations and administration skills. Oftentimes, full stack developers must also have enough configuration and administration skills to operate their applications, for example, in the cloud. Oftentimes, full stack developers must also have enough configuration and administration skill to operate their applications, for example, in the cloud. What I understand after watching the video on Anki's website to show some like manga, you need to pronounce it or guess it. Can you provide me the beginner flashcards? Go to YouTube. search this YouTuber and open this, okay, playlist, and he will tell you all about the flashcards and everything. When I started, I also watched his videos. So that's it. जिनका उसे अपना करा था और लड़की provide link on share. Yeah, watch the videos and yeah. If you don't understand something, watch the video again or ask ChatGPT. मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है भाई ट्यूटोरियल बनाने का इधर. कुछ चीज़ें इंसान को खुद ही करनी चाहिए. JavaScript fatigue. Full stack web development is challenging in many ways. Things are happening in many places at once, and debugging is quite a bit harder than regular desktop applications. JavaScript does not always work as you'd expect it to. JavaScript does not always work as you'd accept it to compared to many other languages. And the asynchronous way its runtime environment work causes all sorts of challenges. Communicating on the web requires knowledge of the HTTP protocol. One must also handle databases and server administration configuration. It would also be good to know enough CSS to make applications actually somewhat presentable. The world of JavaScript develops fast, which brings its own set of challenges. Tools, libraries, and the language itself are under constant development. Some are starting to get tired of the constant change and have coined a term for its JavaScript fatigue. See how to manage JavaScript fatigue on Auth 0 or JavaScript fatigue on Medium. You will suffer from JavaScript fatigue yourself during this course. Fortunately for us, there are a few ways to smooth the learning curve, and we can start with coding instead of configurations. We can't avoid configurations completely, but we can merely push merrily push ahead in the next few weeks while avoiding the worst of configuration hells. We can merrily push ahead in the next few weeks while avoiding the worst of configuration hells. Nada to any by do. How to manage. Many developers are all well rapid expanding have a system of modern JavaScript and they have to manage and mitigate JS. Most JavaScript developers have heard or experienced JavaScript JS fatigue. It's the overwhelming sense that we need to learn most of the hardest, embarrassing technologies in order to do office jobs well. This is unattainable, and the stress we feel to achieve is just unjustified. So, how do we manage and combat JS fatigue? So, tomorrow I'll start developing a new CRM. I'll go for a legacy language, not too shabby. Really? Me too. What are you planning to learn for it? Why would anyone write code with legacy languages? Everybody knows that Spa is the best way to write modern apps. 5 days later. So how's your project doing? How did you go for? Well, I picked C# and I'm already writing code. I'm going with Angular, it's superior, has more features and it's newer. I'll have to do some pre-write, but I'll be totally worth it 1 month later. Have you tried React? OMG, it's great. Angular was too slow. React renders on the server. So groundbreaking. Have you tried? Another month went. React has way too many dependencies. I decided to write my own code. It's gonna be the best. Next summer. Hey, where you're heading to? Have you already finished your CRM project? Yeah, the whole code is already in production. Guess who's remember? Whose framework already has 10,000 stars on GitHub? I even wrote a Medium post. And what about the CRM app? Oh, I missed the deadline. They are looking for a legacy developer now. What is the JavaScript fatigue? Putting tired aside, JS fatigue is on a lot of developers' tongue and blogs recently, and with valid reason. But what does it mean to have JS fatigue? It's often mentioned when someone hears about a new library, framework, dependency manager, build tool. Let's do a quick breakdown of what JS fatigue means. JS fatigue versus analysis paralysis. JS fatigue is often linked with analysis paralysis, also called choice paralysis. JS analysis can occur because of the huge range of options when selecting a framework, tooling, testing suits, and more for a new application. Choosing the right framework or library can be challenging and occasionally even paralyzing, but having a wealth of tools at our disposal allows us to be more selective about what's best for the job at hand. In some cases, often options help us to avoid fatigue by supplying an ideal solution for a specific project. What it means to have JS fatigue. We get JS fatigue when the requirements, either actual or self-imposed for learning something, are so daunting that a developer becomes exhausted and overwhelmed. JS fatigue can refer to the fear that we fall behind or become obsolete if we don't know and use the newest, hottest tools. The sense that we never become experts in anything because anything changes, and because everything changes too quickly and the tools we are trying to learn are already being replaced. Picking up a new framework and then becoming overwhelmed, thinking we need to master everything in the tool chain is in order to use it. The fear that will pick up a load that will get displaced, resulting in a lack of support and obsolete resources. Frustration with a lack of user empathy when consulting documentation or resources while trying to learn a new framework or tool chain. JavaScript's astonishing growth rate in a JS fatigue has become a phenomenon because the JS landscape is ever changing. Various build tools store par for the course. There are even dozens of entire languages that compile to JS. The exponential and support growth of JS has opened the doors for great tools, languages, and frameworks. However, this also promotes change so rapid it can make any developer head spin. The deep roots of JS fatigue, delves into the history of JS and its swift evolution of over a short amount of time. It's a great read and idea commended only a few years ago. Most programmers considered front-end development to consist primarily of JavaScript. Since then, JS 11 has proliferated into rules with the isomorphic JS function reactive programming JS frameworks. We used to refer front-end holistically as all client-side development, but JS has evolved to support a specialization JavaScript. Add that JS proliferation is not showing signs of slowing. Proliferation. JS fatigue doesn't have a magic bullet cure, but there are things we can do to manage also mitigate it. The following tips are inexperienced. Pick up your battle. The first thing to focus on picking your battles. We get easily overwhelmed trying to follow every hot new thing that emerges. It's good to be aware of the sea of new technologies, but not to drown in it. If something starts to come up a lot, read a little about it. You know what to know. Just enough to answer the following. What is its primary purpose? Is it popular enough to have a stable, growing community and easily accessible support? Who is behind it? Who's using it? Does it solve a problem? A frequent both years don't expect pressure. We're gonna use fuck it. Let me do the main thing. Already getting the fatigue from reading about it. Exercise 0 to 1. The exercises are submitted via GitHub, and by marking the exercises as done in my submission tab of the submission system. You can also submit all of the exercises into the same repository or multiple different repositories. If you submit exercises from different parts into the same repository, name your directory as well. If you use a private repository to submit the exercises, add the collaborator. One good way to name the repositories in your submission repositories as follows: Part 1, Part 2, all I know. anki setup ये वाला डेग ऐड कर लिया. Good. Part 0, Part 1 course info, course info unicaf, and so each part has its own directory, which contains a directory for each exercise set, like unicaf exercise in part 1. The exercises are submitted one part at a time. When you have submitted one part at a time, when you have submitted the exercises for a part, you can no longer submit any missed exercises for that part. When you have submitted the exercises for a part, you can no longer submit any missed exercises for the part. इसको विदाउट काताकाना भी कर सकते हैं. वीडियो देखा? अगर वीडियो देखा होता अच्छे से, पूरी प्लेलिस्ट है, अभी देखेगा ना तो 3 घंटे तक देखे जाएगा. सारे क्वेश्चन है ना तेरे वहाँ पर आंसर हो जाएंगे. Yeah, you can do it without katakana too. Don't worry about the katakana. HTML. Review the basics of HTML by reading this tutorial. Review the basics of HTML by reviewing this tutorial for Mozilla. This is not submitted to GitHub. It's enough to read tutorial. Ta ba 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 ba. Only this one. अमेरिकन यूट्यूब की देख लिया, वो समझ नहीं आई. ठीक है तो भाई मैं भी नहीं समझा सकता, फिर तो मैं भी नहीं समझा सकता. बात तो यही है ना, मैं समझा ही नहीं सकता फिर तो. If I click like that, styling the content, I have to read that. Well, let's read. बाद में मिलते हो. Okay, bye. Review the basics of HTML by reading this tutorial. Okay, I'll read that. HTML creating the content. HTML hypertext markup language is the code that is used to structure a web page and its content. This article provides a basic understanding of HTML and its functionalities and shows you how to create the basic content for your website. Prerequisites: basic familiarity with your computer or also the basic software you will use to build a website and file system. Learning how to the purpose and function of HTML. The basic parts of HTML6 opening, closing tags, elements, attributes, and common HTML includes paragraph setting. What the fuck? Stupid. So what is HTML? HTML is about markup Yeah, do I have to? I mean, let's just read it. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Like I'll get something new. Yeah, that's fine. So what is HTML? HTML is a markup language, consists of a series of elements used to wrap or enclose text content to define its structure and cause it to behave in a certain way. Let's look at an example. The following content will all be shown on the same line when displayed on a web page, as it is not structured in any way. Instruction of for life, eat, sleep. If we wrap this content with the following HTML element, we can turn that line into a paragraph and 3 bullet points list like that. You will put a just gonna do that. They also have ads. This HTML will render as follows in browser, as well as structuring text. HTML has many other uses, making text or image links to other web pages, as well as this HTML will render as follows in a browser, as well as structuring text. HTML has many other uses, making text or images linked to other web pages, embedding images or videos, creating data tables, and so on. Note: Scrimba's HTML tags is an interactive lesson providing practice for the I ain't doing that. Creating your first HTML document. Let's see how individual elements are combined to form an HTML page. In this section, you'll create a basic HTML page and take a look at what it's made up of. Inside your web projects folder, create another new folder called first website. I ain't doing that, boy. I ain't doing that. I've done this 1,000 times. Inside first website, create a new file called and insert the following code into the file exactly as shows. HTML, lang, US, okay. Doc type HTML. The doc type is a required preamble, an introduction or a preface, for example, to a book. The Constitution of India. Preamble. An introduction or a preface, for example, to a book, a written document, speech that explains its purpose. We are the people of India. The doc type is a required preamble in the mists of time. In the mists of time, when HTML was young, around 1991-1992, doc types were meant to act as links to a set of rules that the HTML page has to follow to be considered good HTML, which could mean automatic error checking and other useful things. However, these days we don't do much, and we are basically just needed to make sure your document behaves correctly. That's all you need to know for it for now. Just checking and other things. However, these days they don't do much and are basically just needed to make sure your document behaves correctly. HTML. The HTML element wraps all the content of the entire page, is sometimes known as the root element. Root element. It also includes the lang attribute, which sets the primary language of the document. Head. The head element acts as a container for all of the stuff you want to include on the HTML page, that isn't the content you are showing to your page's viewers. This includes things like keywords and a page. This includes like keywords and a page description that you want to appear in the search results. This includes things like keywords and page description that you want to appear in search results. CSS to style the content, characters, static notations, and more. Meta, char, set UTF. This element sets the character. This element sets the character. This element sets the character set. Your document should use UTF-8. Oh, UTF-8. Oh, this. Okay. Character on encoding standard. Used for electronic communication defined by the Unicode standard. The name is derived from the Unicode format as of almost every web page. 99%. It's pretty good for learning words. It's a gold mine for language learning students. Head. The head element acts as a container. The head This element sets the character set. This element sets the character set. This meta char set. This element sets the character set. This element sets the character set. Your document should use UTF-8, which includes most characters from the vast variety of which includes most characters from the vast majority of written languages. Essentially, it can now handle any textual context you might put on it. There is no reason not to set this, and it can help avoid some problems later on. Bye. And then we have viewport in name. Let's see, what's that? Meta name viewport content. Where's the device? Viewport. This viewport element ensures that the page renders at the width of the browser viewport. This viewport element ensures that the page renders at the width of the browser viewport, preventing mobile browsers from rendering the features wider than the viewport and then sinking down. Viewport and width is device width. Ensures the page renders at the width of the browser viewport, preventing mobile browsers from rendering pages wider than the viewport and then sinking into them. The title element sets the title of your page, which is the title that appear in the browser tab. The page is loaded in. It is also used to describe the page. It is also used to describe the page when you bookmark /favorite it. Body. The body element contains all the content that you want to show to web users when they visit your page, whether that's text, image, videos, games, playable audio tracks, or whatever else. At the most, it only contains a single image element, but at the moment it only contains a single image tag element, but we'll add more content later. Note most HTML elements contain an opening tag, for example, like that. That's a tag. Whole is an element. Most HTML elements consists of an opening tag, for example body, followed by the element's content, followed by a closing, for example body. So HTML elements have attributes which contain extra setting or information about the element. See for example char set, name and source in the card sample. Like that, okay. Attributes. Embedding images. Let's turn our attention to the image element. Image, source, whatever that alt is. This embeds an image into our page in the position it appears. It does this via the source as RC attribute, which contains the path to the image file we want to embed. We have also included an alternative attribute. In the alt attribute, you specify descriptive text for users who cannot see the image. My test image, okay. You specify descriptive text for users who cannot see the image, possibly because of following reasons. They are visually impaired, usually with significant visual impairment, often use tools called screen reader, okay, to read out the alt text for them. Okay, sometimes something has gone wrong, causing the image not to display. If the source attribute does not contain a valid path to an image, the alt tag will be displayed instead. My test image. There is no that, so that's why. The alt tags you write should provide the reader with enough information to have a good idea of what the image conveys. In this example, our current text of my test image is not good because it doesn't convey descriptive information about the image. A much better alternative for our Firefox logo would be the Firefox logo, a flaming fox surrounding the earth. Note elements elements such as image tag, opening tag have no content or closing tags and are therefore called empty or void elements. They are sometimes written with a trailing slash at the end of their single, but this is optional. This is optional. Let's get your first image displaying now. Inside the first image, first website folder, create a new folder. I'm doing that. Call images and put the image inside the image tag, source, attributes, value, enter the path to your post. It is inside a folder called images, which is inside the same directory. The path okay. Replace the alt attribute with my test. Attribute value my test image with some text that's better describes your image. Open your index HTML file inside a web browser. You should see your image displayed. If not, check if the image is really large, therefore it doesn't fit on the screen, don't worry about it. We'll fix it to show in next article. Ain't doing that. That's fine. I can read that. Oh, what kind of things you want me to read about it? Damn boy. Gotta read them. What have I done? No. You're doing good. You're doing good. You're doing good. Headings. Heading element allows you to specify that certain parts of your content are headings or subheadings in the same way that a book has a main title, chapter titles, and subtitles, as an HTML document can too. HTML contains 6 heading levels, H1 to H6. Although you'll commonly only use 3 to 4 at most. Anything in HTML between is an HTML comment. The browser ignores comments as it renders the code. In other words, they are not visible on the page, just in the code. HTML comments are a way for you to add notes about your code or logic, which might be useful to others working on the same code. Or if you come back to it after 6 months and can't remember what you did. Add your page title to the HTML page just above your image element. Wrap inside -1. Tag. Save the file. Ain't doing that. Paragraph element. Paragraph P elements are for containing paragraph of the text. You'll use this frequently when marking up regular text content. Paragraph. This is a single paragraph. Regular text content. Add your sample text from the previous article into one or a few paragraphs, please, directly below your image tag. God dang, I'll do that there. Who's gonna do that? What is this? Induxtine. Handor. Off. La verde. बना दिया ना मैंने. La verde इसको भी बना देता हूँ मैं. Yeah, I was gonna do that. La verde. La verde. How's that? You like that? That's it. I ain't opening my VS Code today. No VS Code. A lot of web pages. Image text, save it and look at the browser. There's a lot of web content. There's a lot of web's content is lists and HTML has special elements for these. Marking up lists always consist of at least 2 elements. The most common list types are ordered and unordered lists. Ordered lists are for lists where the order of the list where the order of the item doesn't matter, such as shopping list. These are wrapped in a UL element ordered list. Ordered lists are for lists where the order of the item does matter, such as a list of cooking, my instruction, and a recipe. These are wrapped in an OL ordered list element. Each item inside the list is put inside a list item element. For example, if you wanted to turn part of following paragraph fragments into a list at Mozilla we are global, like that, we can do it like that. Okay. All I do that. Okay, I don't do much. At Mozilla, technologies, thinkers, builders, working together. Try adding an ordered or unordered list to your example page. Add it. Creating links. Links are very important. They are what makes the web a web. To add a link, we need to use an A tag, A element, A being short for anchor. To make short for anchor, okay. लंगर डालना. To लंगर बोलते हैं उसको. लंगर डालकर जहाज शहराना. लंगर बोलते हैं उसको. Damn, लंगर. To make text within your paragraph into a link follows these steps. Choose some text we choose the Mozilla manifesto. Wrap the text into a element as shown, like that. Okay. There is no that. Like that. Okay. That's the anchor tag. Give the A element href. Yeah, I ain't doing that. I'll do the link. This is better. Just like that. Boy. Why should I that? Fill in the value of this attribute. Fill in the value of this attribute with the web address that you want the link to point to. Okay, you might get unexpected results if you omit that part called the protocol, the beginning of web addresses. After making a link, click to make sure it is sending you where you want it. Conclusion. Oh, conclusion. Finally. Yeah, then I have to read that. If you have followed all the instructions in the article, you should end up with a page that looks like this. Mozilla is cool. Her off. Mine looks like that. Mozilla is not cool. But this thing is. If you get stuck, you can always compare your code and finish on the GitHub. Here's the scratches. See also. Okay, let's go. light theme also looks was default. Okay. भाई हमारे यहाँ बंद नहीं करते हैं ऐसे करे जाते हैं. Review the basics of CSS by reading this tutorial from Mozilla CSS tutorial. देखो ना यार.つまんねえよ。これはこれはメンバー限定のライブ配信。रात को 2 बजे स्टार्ट किया था कि मैंने लेट स्टार्ट किया आज तो. 俺だよ。俺のラーマ。俺だよ。どういうこと？俺だよ、俺。面白い。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス。チップス Howdy, 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 howdy. Actually, Sorry. Let's continue. It's so boring. Reading is so boring. Well, let's do this, and then the first form, learn about basic HTML forms. God damn, I already know it. I don't know it, but yeah, I might get something new to learn. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I can read that. I have that much time. I don't have anything to do, and I'll just read it. CSS styling the content. CSS cascading style sheets is the code. Is the code that styles much of that. CSS cascading style sheet is the code that styles web content. This article walks you through a basic understanding of CSS, how it works, and how to improve the looks and feels of the content. Structure you created in the previous article. Prerequisites: basic familiarity with your What is CSS? Like HTML, like HTML, CSS is not a programming language. It's not a marked-up language either. CSS is a style sheet language. CSS is used to style HTML elements. You select the element you want to style and set values for their style properties, which define how they will look. Let's revisit the basic HTML example. Okay, that's that. I went just like that. If we add some CSS into the mix, we can change how the HTML looks. The following snippet selects the P element and gives it a different font and a red text color, and if then selects all. That's fine. It a different font and a red text color. If then selects all the list elements and gives each one a greeny yellow background color, 1 pixel solid black border, and a margin bottom of 5 pixels. Copy paste. Copy the paste. This copy and paste. I already have one. Oh, boom. Sorry. Damn, I made something. Boy, so intelligent. Okay, with the CSS apply the HTML, to the HTML, the demo now renders like this: eat, sleep, repeat. Boy, no. Technologists, thinkers, builders. As you can see, with just a little CSS, we are able to change the font family, sans serif, background color yellow, green yellow, that's green yellow, border one solid black. We were able to change the appearance of a plain looking list. CSS has many other functions, from specifying ground images and gradient to controlling typography and scrolling behavior to adding animations, and building entire web page layouts, applying CSS to your HTML. When using CSS, the first thing to get right is to make sure your CSS is successfully applied to your HTML. In this section, realize a CSS style sheet to your first website and apply inside your first website folder. Create another new folder called styles. Using a text article, paste the following into a new file. I am doing that. I'm not doing that, boy. Why the P color is not? And yeah, it's already red, boy. That's already red. It was like green. Yeah, what is your? It becomes green. Green looks boom. Green looks boom. That's right. Yeah, damn. Save the file style folder and then open the index.html, paste the following link dot. What's a rel? Save index.html and load it on the page like that. Oh, damn. If your paragraph text is red, congratulations. Oh, mine is green. No congratulations. Okay, it's fine. Your CS is working. It's not. Go through the above steps. Ain't do that. Already there. In the previous CSS example, to guide learning how to style it. There he comes. Yeah, back to the basics. Yeah. You have seen everything, and from React to JavaScript, now CSS. I did a little HTML session too. Already better than Amida. Yeah. I was like, today I started my new, but he learned a closet of tech now. No, like today I started I was reading about the web fundamentals, like how is the HTTP GET request, post request, and all that. Yeah, these are some basic stuff, libraries, and today is like very heavy theory section. Let me tell you about this. It's a course from the University of Helsinki in Finland. So it's a full stack course. So it has like 14 parts. This is the part C2 and part C2, and it has like part 13 where they teach like a lot of things. Introduction to like, after like this part 0 is already over, so directly I'm jumping to React again. And then I will learn about servers. It's not like there is no hand holding in these chapters. Like they give you after a brief explanation of the topic, they give you a task that you have to complete. For that, you might have to read some articles and all that and figure out and yeah, it's kind of a university course, you know. You can, like, if you were to be, like, you know, enrolled in the Helsinki University, you could also get the university credits for it. So yeah, so learning about servers, then Node.js, Express.js, and all that, then React apps, Graph, React routers, custom hook styling apps, state management, CI/CD, React Native, TypeScript, databases, containers. It has like a lot of things. Yeah. If I'll complete the whole course, I'll be job ready. That's what I know. I think this one is better. Fuck coding project. Yeah, really. Fuck it, man. Like, too many people are doing that. Yeah. I mean, it's not like, you know, like, you don't know, man. Like, you have heard a lot about coding project, but not this one, but it's also good. You know, like, if you were to complete this course and you were a Finland resident, you know, if you were living in Finland, then after receiving the, what you call it, a certificate for this course, like, you can give interviews for the what you call companies in the university, and then yeah, all that, you know. Are you going to do full stack? Yeah, I'm doing full stack. I already told you. I have a lot of things to learn. Oh, my CSS, I forgot. Let me learn about that first. This is the first I read this one HTML little article. Got to know about small details, little details. Good. Now CSS tutorial. Let's go. Okay, in the previous example, P is called a selector. That's called a selector. Okay. It selects the element to style. In particular, P selects all the paragraphs in the HTML. The line P inside the curly braces is called a declaration. It sets a value for that's an, like, you know, object, and these are just key value pairs. Damn. Just notice that. P selects all the paragraphs in the HTML. The line inside the curly braces is called a declaration. It sets a value for a specific property. In this case, the property is color, which controls the text color of the paragraph, and the property value is set. Property value set is red. The whole structure is called a rule set. The term rule set is often referred to as just rule. Let's look at another rule set, this time with multiple declarations. We'll play with our show. Boom. Like that. With a rule set, you must use a semicolon to separate one declaration from the next. Within each declaration, okay, yeah, like, objects has like one comma. This one has the full, what you call that, semicolon. to separation. Separate one declaration from the next. Within each declaration, you must use a colon to separate the property and its value. You can also include multiple selectors in one rule. Separated by commas to select multiple elements. I know that. In the CSS rule, we'll include an element to or type selector, which selects a specific HTML element. We have also included two other selectors, selector types, which aren't relevant to the rest of this tutorial. If you're curious about what they are doing, no. Improving the text. Let's return to our example and use CSS to improve the appearance of the text. We'll set a new font for the page and change some text settings for different elements. First, find the output from Google Fonts that you have previously saved. If you have not already chosen a font, follow the link and do it. The link, I ain't doing that. Add the link elements inside your HTML head just before the closing head. The tag, they should look something like that. I do just that. Okay. I do that only. Boom. The thing. There was no difference. There's no difference. Boy, we haven't done that yet. This code links your page to a style sheet hosted by the Google Fonts service, which loads your chosen font. Next, go to your CSS source file and delete the existing group. Boom. Which loads your we no longer want our paragraphs to be read. Add the following style. Following lines to style. Placeholder. Family placeholder. Boom. Boom. Okay. Go here. Do that. Did the font change? Did the font change? Not really. Who cares? Oh, it's small. Oh, that's too big. That's fine. Anything in CSS between is a CSS comment which is ignored by okay. Replace the font family placeholder. That's a bitch. That's a placeholder. What do you? I thought that was a font family name. Okay. We'll change it to that. Okay. Looks different. The font family property sets the fonts you want to apply to your HTML. This rule defines a global base, font, and font size for the whole page. All elements inside the HTML elements will inherit the same font size, font family. Now let's set some font and text styles in our H1. We'll set new font side values for each element. We'll also center the heading using text align and increase. तभी वो बकचोदी कर रहा था उस दिन वो बंदा पैन कलेंड वो गाली क्यों दे रहा। हाँ कोई कोई तो है, कई लोग होते हैं वो बकचोदी करते हैं ज़्यादा गाली क्यों दे रहा है। Now let's set some font. Now let's set some font and text style on our H1 list and P elements. We'll set new font size values for each element. We'll also center the heading using text align and increase the line height and letter spacing. We don't have that. Too bad. I can't even see. It's so black. Text align center. It's not center, boy. Nothing is center here, boy. बकचोदी करनी ही नहीं भाई, मैं इधर से कॉपी करके मार लूँगा। And the paragraph tag, list tag will have the letter spacing. That's the letter height. What happened with this one? Oh, did I delete that? That's the letter spacing, right? Which is letter spacing. We don't do like that. You do like that. Oh, boom, that looks cool. Line height. Oh, line height is 20. No, 2 is not for 2. Yeah, 2 means you are poor. I'm not poor. That's too much. 5, okay. Yeah, 5 is too. Boom, boy. Hello. No. 3. Yeah, 3, 5. What's that? What have I done with it? Okay. My text align as center. Can I like to be honest, CSS is confusing, man. I mean, there is nothing confusing here though. Oh, I can text align like that too. Damn, that looks cool. You know, Till now I used to use the flex box to center the text as well. That was stupid. Yeah, I want everything to be. Can I be like that? Can I like go to the HTML tag and everything text align center? Boy, how'd you like that? Well, this is not center. Boy, you like that? That doesn't look cool. What the hell you doing? You know what? I don't like these. Yeah. I don't even like this either. I don't like anything. Damn. Ay. Save your code and load your HTML in a browser. Refresh it if you got it open from before. Your work is in progress. Looks like that. CSS is all about boxes. Sometimes you'll notice CSS as you use it more is that a lot of it is about boxes. Most HTML elements on a page can be thought. Okay. Sometimes you'll notice about CSS as you use it more is that a lot of it is about boxes. Most HTML elements on a page can be thought of as boxes that sit on top of or alongside of the boxes. You can set values on these boxes for size, color, positioning, etc. This is referenced to as the box model. That's the border, that's the padding, that's the margin. Each box that takes up space on your page has properties like padding, the space around the content. In the previous example, it is space around the paragraph tag. Yeah, like that. That's padding. Margin, border, the solid line just outside the padding. The space around the borders. This is margin. In this section, we also use the following properties with the width of an element. Width. A background color. The color behind an element contains padding. Elements content and padding. Color. The color of an element's content, usually text. Text shadow. A drop shadow on the text inside an element. A drop shadow on the text inside an element. Display. the display mode of an element, which basically refers to how it appears or is laid out on the web page. Text shadow, drop shadow of the text inside an element. In each of the sections that follows, add the provide CSS code to the bottom of your style sheet. Save the file and refresh. Read the provided explanation for help in testing work. If you are feeling adventurous, experiment with your... Yeah, I'm not that. Changing the page color, HTML background color. Okay, we'll do that. We are not too adventurous, so that much adventure is fine. Copy pasting. Oh, damn. This rule sets a background for the entire page. That's fine. With body. Do I have the body here? Body selector. Selector. No body selector. We make the body here. What's up body? What's body? Width is 600 pixels. Mass in 0 auto. Background color that. And padding that. Border that. Boom boom ba. Sorry. Da. Boom. That looks ugly. I don't like the color. You know what? We'll change it. We'll change it like that. Damn. How'd you like that now? Ma, it's still not good. Something. What the hell you doing, boy? My main title, cute waifu. Damn. Okay. Width. That was the width. Width of the body. Margin. Margin auto. So it's in the center. Padding. Top will give 10 also. Da 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 da. Oh, you like that? You like that? You like that, boy? Yeah, what about you like that, boy? Oh, he doesn't like that. Border is 15 pixel. Yeah, 5 pixel is not. I'm very rich, so I will give 15 pixel. Man, that's too much. I'll give 10. I have no problem. You want border? I give you border. Yeah, that looks ugly. I'll give it like F. Can I change the color to that? What's like F? Holy fuck, your game looks revolutionary. Yo. Hey, what you think? Yeah, it's fine. You guys can make fun of me. I'd buy that. For how much? For how much you're buying that? I'd put all my hard-earned income into that. How much you want? Well, this technology is not for cheap. It's gonna cost you. I'd even employ you into my Japanese company to make more of this. We need this in society. Yeah. Easy. Damn. Of course. Nah, I'm just later. It's cool to beat the basics. Yeah. Yeah, I'm following this thing, so I'm starting from beginning. And I'm gonna have to explain this to every other person who's gonna make fun of this. And yeah. So it had 2 questions, these. So they told me to read these articles. That's why I'm reading it. And I'm having fun also. 本利転倒しないようにね。Yeah, of course. 本利転倒。ちょっと待って。本末転倒。物事の重要なところとどうでもよいところを取り違えること。I know that. No, it's a short article, so I don't mind reading that. That's it. Let's continue. The above code sets new values for several properties of the body. Let's go. When is the timeline for you to become broken in coding? When is the timeline for you to become broken in coding? What do you mean? Speak English, talk English. Also, do you use Anki for the stuff in this? I feel like that'd be a good idea. Broken is like really good. It's a slang. Oh, I didn't know that. It'll take like in 6 months I'll have a good understanding. I'll even start working on my project, and I can 2 months from now. 2 months, I don't know, like 1.5 months. It can be any time, like depends on my speed. It comes from video games when characters or items were so overpowered people would call them broken. Damn. Yeah, I use Anki for that. This too. But I'm not grinding too many cards for this. For the interview purpose and just for the refreshers and syntax and everything. And then you can't just remember everything. That is too much to learn. Let me show you the cards. Yankee, yeah. I read an article and then I paste that whole article to the Google Studio Code, and that makes 20 cards for that particular article, and then I can study that. Like only the basic stuff. I mean basic, I mean, like that. And also they are like kansu no hikisu parameter or parameter で分割代入を使うメリットは何ですか? What is the advantage of using destructuring function parameters? 引数の順番を覚える必要がなくなり、デフォルト値にしても見やすくなります。You don't need to remember the order of arguments and it handles it like that. And yeah, they only do 5 new cards per day. Cards is just a cute reminder every couple days. It's good to just retain knowledge. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes you're like, you forget the basic stuff. So it's good to do Anki for that. And yeah, it's like, it's even good for the interviews. If they ask some questions and like I'm doing these cards, so yeah. I feel like it's different in Japanese when we use Anki. Casually, because usually we are learning the words as shit in Anki. But if you learn it already, then do it in Anki. It's probably easier, right? Yeah, that's so easier. Like, you can connect the dots. You have only the main things. You have read the like 2,000 word article, and then you are reading about the main thing only. So like you just remember the whole thing that you read about. So that's a good thing. Yeah, doing Japanese Anki is shit. I don't like it. The barcode sets new values for several properties of body. With this forces the body to always be 600 wide, 600 pixel wide. Margin is 0 and that's auto. When you set 2 values on a properties like margin or padding, the first value affects the element's top and bottom side. Top, bottom, right, left, like that. Sadly, there is only 24 hours in a day and only like 16 working hours at best. Sometimes there's no time to do everything you want. Yeah, man. like when I start this thing, like I don't want to stop. At least I want to do this for 8 something hours, or like kind of I start some chapter and it's gonna take, I know it's gonna take 8 hours minimum. So yeah, and after that you don't have the energy, and then it's already night, and yeah, eat, be clean, learn coding, Anki. Yo, cause of that yeah, that's the reason, man. Yeah, be clean. Too much. So at least you're logging and coding properly. Yeah, like that's the only thing that's gonna get me hired, not the Japanese. I mean, Japanese also plays a part, but yeah, after like 8 hours, you're having no fresh mental. Yeah, it's not like learning words. There you learn your reviews. You're not like forcing your brain. You're not doing any mental and not much of a mental work, But here you have to like kind of struggle uh, with the coding problems and all that. That is too much. It's the same for reading passages. Yeah, you have to read and then understand it as well. So you need to form the whole scenario in your head and then comprehend the foreign language. Yeah, so true. Yeah, like everything that I'm doing, it's like English is not my native language. Then I have the coding language that I fucking don't know. Then I'm solving some kind of problem that uses like I need to think in that terms. Like how am I gonna approach this question? There's like, what are the steps? Then you have to write down the logic for that thing in the programming language and all that. But it's too exhausting. Your English is pretty alright, honestly. Pretty alright. Enemies rooting for you. Thanks, man. Do you think if I apply for a job in English speaking country, would I get a job there? I'm not gonna do that though. Of course I will. I know that. A lot of people can speak English, so it's not impressive and knowing Japanese. As yeah. Like when as an Australian, like when you hear some foreigner speaking English, you're not getting surprised by it. Like you already know. You know that everybody knows it, so it's not that boom, mind blowing. Yeah, so it's everybody knows. Nah, not really, but I respect people with high English ability. If you are speaking in broken English, Kegirai them. Damn. Kegirai. 理由もなく感情的に嫌うこと。Damn. I don't know, some people, even if somebody is speaking very good English, but if they have a bad accent, very strong accent, they hate those people too. So that's also a thing. The accent is like どうでもいいよ. It's not. For some people, they just hate it. If you get what you want across, is fine. No, some people don't like it. Some people don't like it. If you have a very strong Indian accent, if it's a Japanese accent, people will oh, I love it. And then if it's a strong Indian accent, they'll be like, fuck it, man. I'm not gonna talk to that person. They ignore you. Yeah. True, but that's because people like Japan for some reason. Even though it's a dog shit country. What do you mean by dog shit country? This set for values what a field society. I mean you can't say that. They need to go back to their Shinto and Buddhist roots. Damn. Look who's saying that. An Australian. You know, you can't just be stuck in the past. You have to move on. You have to progress. Padding 2020. This sets 4 values for padding. The goal is to put some space around the content. In this example, there is no padding on the top or the body. Top, this, on top, right, bottom, left. The goal is to put some space around the content. In the example, there is no padding on the top of the body and 20 pixels on the right, bottom and left. Right, bottom, left. The values set top, right, bottom, left padding is that order. Border 5 pixel solid black. This sets values for width, style and color of the body. In this case, it's 5 pixels white, solid black border around all sides of the body. I'll take your advice to heart. Wow, you are such a philosopher. Damn. Yeah. You should. You must. CSS property values that just set multiple properties and one goes on. People are thinking like, why am I not using my fingers? I don't want to. CSS property values that set multiple properties in one go are called shorthand properties. For example, padding is equivalent to following 4 properties. Padding top, shorthand properties, right 20, bottom that, like that. Is this website like the movie way of guiding? No, it's the docs. It's the docs for the, you know, how do you say it? You know, for the like JavaScript, how it was made. This is the official guide for that. So yeah, it has the HTML and CSS too. Like all the things that were made in this thing. So yeah. Is this the fastest way to learn? No, like docs are very lengthy. I'm just reading one article only, one section only. It's only a 1 page. It's not the best way to read the docs. I mean, you know, from start to end. But you know, you can only read about the stuff that you only need. So right now, I only wanted to read about this. So that's what I'm doing. I'm following this is the main thing that I'm following. Is there a coding learning speedrun community? Don't know about that, but I'm following a course. It's from a university, so yeah, they said go read this article. I'm like, okay, I'll read it. So this is the movie guide, you can say. What was I doing? Yeah, positioning and styling. Coding seems so complicated. Why is there like 50 languages? But it's like the world, you know. where we have English, Japanese, Hindi, like that. So I don't know. I'm not the right person to ask. I ask that myself too. Me too. Margin is 0, padding is that, color, text shadow is that. Pa. I'll do that, like, I'll do these. Is there any H1 tag? Boom. You see that? See that? You may have noticed a horrible gap at the top of the body. Yeah. That's because browser applies default styling to H1 element. That might seem like a bad idea, but the intent is to provide basic readability for unstyled pages. To eliminate the gap, you override the browser's default styling with the setting of margin 0. Ah, let's do that too. Hi, Koala-san. What are you talking? 迷惑を怒る。なんじゃこれ。何やこれ。恩恵や迷惑を破る？かぶる。Do you know that? Oh, I yesterday learned yaburu has a different eating. Kaburu. Do you know the other one? Komuru. Oh, I don't know. I couldn't even read. Damn. I'm forgetting. Like, I knew all these 3 words. Damn, I better read something. Better start reading. I'm starting to forget the readings. It's bad. Japanese is impossible. Your Koara-san is Japanese. Ask him. Ask him something Japanese. Output. Practice your English. I mean Japanese. That might seem like a bad idea. Mike, you have noticed a horrible gap at the top of the body. That happens because browser applies default styling to the Koala-san. Koala-san. Yeah, styling to H1 element. That might seem like a bad idea, but the intent is to provide basic readability for unstyled pages. To eliminate the gap, we override the browser's behavior. Browser's default styling with the setting margin 0. 英語の方、英語の方が難しい。なんで日本語そんなに難しい？Next, we set the heading stop. Next, we set the heading stop and bottom heading stop and bottom to 20 pixels. मैं इसको हटा ही देता हूँ ना. Sukka. And set the heading to be the same color as the HTML background color. Finally, text shadow applies a shadow to the first pixel value sets the horizontal offset of the shadow from the text, how far it moves across. Value sets the horizontal offset of the shadow from the text, how far it moves across. The second offset value sets the offset of the shadow from the text. How far it moves down, across, down. The third pixel sets the blur radius of the shadow. A larger value produces a more fuzzy looking shadow. The fourth value sets the base color of the code. Black ですよ。営業は朝晩前だぞ。朝飯 Oh my god, I'm forgetting everything. 朝飯前だぞ。日本語に比べて漢字がそれぞれに読み方が持ってるんだ。もう嫉妬したわ。漢字だね。漢字ね。Boom. Horizontal. How far? How? Being alive is difficult, you know. It's not just the language. Centering the image. Finally insert this rule. Image. I removed the thing. Display block margin. Margin is 0 over 2, and max width is that boy. Oh, you're gonna have to do that. But there is no image for this. Damn. I did it. Sorry. Next we center the image to make it look better. We can use the same margin 0 auto trick as we did for the body, but there are differences that require an additional setting to make the CSS work. Wait a minute. Next we center the image to make it look better. We can use the margin 0 auto center trick as well to do it for the body, but there are differences that require an additional setting to make the CSS work. The body element is a block element, so means it takes up space on the page and can accept margin, padding, and other box properties. Image element, on the other hand, are inline elements. By default, they don't accept margin values in the same way block elements do. For the auto margin trick to work on this image, we must give it block level behavior. By using display block. Finally, we set the max width property to 100% though, to ensure that if the image is larger, max width to 100% to make sure if the image is larger, then the width set on the body 600. It will be constrained to 600 pixels and won't stretch wider. Oh, I wish constrained like that. Oh, sorry. Boom. I don't have a 後隠しとか。名字かな？いや、名字だよね。Damn, I should do and do again. あと名字とか名前とか地名とかまるで当て数量な言語しか感じない。もう無理だわ。今日は薬日だぜ。Don't be too concerned if you don't completely understand display block and the differences between a block element and an line element. Max with 100%. They will make more sense as you continue your story. ねえ、人の話に聞いてるのか、コアラさん。俺が寂しがり。いや、だからな、お返事してね。それDamn. Well, he does that all the time, like. Conclusion. If you followed all the instructions in this article, you should have a page that looks something like this. Damn, mine looks like that. いいよ。You can view your version here. まあいい。Can I view that? 英語上手ですね。いや、英語上手ですね。What are you trying to do? He's the same age as us. I mean, actually, oh, we are the senpais, you know. Let's go. Fucking man, I ain't doing that. Firefox, ma. I thought it was a link. No. ほとんど聞き取れてません。いや、it's fine, it's alright. すると、俺らがおじいさんに向かっている動詞ということ。俺らがおじいさんに向かっている動詞ということか。いや、what's that? いや、夜よろしく。It'll be dead soon. HTML forms. Learn about the basics of HTML forms by reading Masterclass. Oh my god, how many articles do I have to read? Oh, damn boy. Damn boy. よろしく。 Damn. That's a very long article. Am I gonna have to? Your first form. The first article in our series provides you with your very first experience of creating a web form, including designing a simple form, implementing it using the right HTML form controls and other HTML elements, adding some very simple styling via CSS, and describing how data is sent to a server. We'll expand on each of these subtopics in more details later on this module. Basic understanding of HTML and all that. Raiyo ka na? Rice there. Oh. Rice ni kawaii de bishin no one-san ga. One-san. What's that? Rinne. Mikutai shita to hyure ni fumetsu de. 体で生まれて変われる仕様に変わりとRinne transmigration of soul. Okay, 期待しているんだわ Bro. You like does that even matter to you? You know, you like the 2D girls though, even if after dying and going to that afterworld, would you even care? Because you like the 2D girls, not those. What are web forms? Web forms are one of the main points of interaction between a user and a website or application. Web forms are one of the main points of interactions between a user and a website or application. Forms allow users to enter data, which is generally sent to a web server for forms allow users to enter data, which is generally sent to a web server for processing and storage. See, sending form data later in the module. Rinne. Rinne だから次の人生もオタク3枚つもりですよ。ダイアン。おい、お前エントじゃなかったよ。いや、I have after you told me I should read, and after those it's been over a month now since I've properly done my anki cards, and been 2 months I haven't read anything. よし、もっと読め日本語全然読めないだろ。Good morning. Live. I'm starting new things, so I have not adjusted in the this thing properly yet. So I feel bad. Like I'm also concerned about this. I'm worried about it. I'm forgetting a lot of words, so that's not good. Web forms are one of the main points of interaction between a user and a website or applications. Forms allow users to enter data which is generally sent to a web server for processing and storage. See sending form data later in the module, or used on the client side to immediately update the interface in some way. For example, add another item to a list or show or hide UI feature. A web form's HTML is made up of one or more form controls, sometimes called features, plus some additional elements. A web form's HTML is made up of one or more form controls, sometimes called widgets, plus some additional elements to help structure the overall form. They are called often referred to as HTML forms. The controls can be they are often referred to as HTML forms. The controls can be single or multi-line text fields, drop-down boxes, buttons, checkboxes, or ratio buttons, and are mostly created using the input element. Although there are some other elements to learn about too. Form controls can be programmed to enforce specific formats or values to enter form validation, and paired with text labels that describe their purpose to both sighted and visually impaired. Oh, visually impaired users designing your form. Before starting the code, it's always better to step back and take the time to think about your form. Designing a quick markup will help you define the right set of data you want to ask your user to enter. From a user experience UX point of view, it's important to remember that the bigger your form, the more you risk frustrating people and losing users. Keep it simple, stay focused, ask only for the data you absolutely need. Designing forms is an important step when you are building a site or application. It's beyond the scope of this article to cover the user experience of forms, but if you want to dig into that topic, you should read the following. In this article, we'll build a simple contact form. Let's make a rough sketch. Okay, like that. Damn, all that for this. Our form will contain 3 text fields, one button and one button. We are asking the user for their first name, their email, and the message they want to send. Hitting the button will send their data to a web server. もしこういう記事でも日本語で読めればI can do that. But that's true, but like no, I can do that too, but like now I have doubled my difficulty. I have to understand the Japanese, the logic, the code, whatever I'm trying to understand. So that makes it very difficult. 読みやすくなった。じゃあちょっと待って。 読み後だった。What was I reading? This one. このフォームには3つのテキストファイル、フォルダと1つのボタンがあります。要するにユーザー、名前、ネーム、メールアドレスと E メール、送信したいメッセージを尋ねます。ボタンを押すとデータをウェブサーバーへ送信します。だろう？英語もつらいな。つらいない。アクティブラーニングフォームの HTML の実装。これで HTML に移ってフォーム、移ってフォームのコードを書く準備ができました。問い合わせフォームを作るために以下の HTML 要素フォーム、レーベル、インプット、テキストエリア、ボタンを使用します。前に進む前に簡単な HTML テンプレートをローカルにコピーします。カタカナ my カタカナ is bad。つらい。もういらない。英語もいらない。一つここにフォームの HTML を入力します。フォーム要素。フォームエレメント。すべてのフォームは以下のようにフォーム要素から始まります。フォーム、アクション、my handling form, method boost like that. Sorry. What am I gonna look at? You know what? You go down here. Or like that, so here is fine. Damn. こう勉強すれば一石二鳥しよう。一石二鳥しよう。Yeah, I mean, these are the topics that I already know, so it's not a problem. Today, it's not a problem, but when the things will get more complex, there's no way I can do the isekin nichio. Yeah, すべてのフォームは以下のようにフォーム要素から始まります。これはフォームを正式に定義します。これはセクションやフッター要素と同様にコンテナ要素ですが、要素と同様にコンテナ要素ですが、フォームを含めるのに特化しています。フォームの動作方法を設定するための特有の属性にも対応しています。Am I understanding or I'm just reading it? すべての属性な省略可能ですが、省略可能ですが、少なくともアクション、属性と attribute, that's attribute, okay? Action, attribute と method属性は常に設定するのが普通です。アクション属性はフォームで収集したデータを送信すべき場所 URL を定義します。言い訳だらけ、この怠け者。Well, you only do Japanese, that's why you are saying that. You don't know how hard it is to learn this kind of shit. アクション属性はフォームで収集したデータを送信すべき場所、URL を定義します。OK、method 属性はデータを送信するために使用する HTTP メソッド、get または post を定義します。確かに笑った。Damn。メモ、これらの属性がどのように働くかについて詳しくはフォームデータの送信で説明しています。今のところは上のフォーム要素を HTML のボディに追加します。HTML のボディに追加します。レーベル、インプット、テクストエリアかな。要素エレメント問い合わせフォームをとてもシンプルで3つのテキストフォームテキストフィールドがありそれぞれに対応するレーベルがついています。そうだよね。OK、名前の入力、フォールドは基本的な単一項のテキストフォルダ、フィールドです。単一項かな単一行、whatever メールアドレスの入力、フォルダは E メール型かなの入力。Am I learning what am I doing? メールアドレスの入力。フォルダは E メール型。メールアドレスの入力フィールドはOK、E メール型の入力フィールドです。メールアドレスだけを受け付ける単一行 How do you say that? テキストフィールドです。メッセージを入力フィールドはテキストエリアです。複数行のテキストフィールドです。これらのフォームウィジットを実装するためには HTML コードとしては以下のようなものが必要です。sorry action my handling feed from push and that post request post is sending get it okay post is sending okay and then that label for name it's for name type is text id is name and all that 一行単一行思うんですがだと思うんですが What do you think 小原さん単一行合ってますかBoom. We don't write code, है ना? Boom. No. You're not Alfred. This guy. Boom. No message。合ってます。やり。俺のユーザーだと。Yeah, that's your username. 2Dがあらば。There is no that button though. Where is that button? Doesn't have a button. まあ、フォームのバトンどこ？フォームのコードを上記のようなものに更新してください。おい。なんでこれ？誹謗中傷。何これ？根拠のない悪口を言いふらして他人を傷つけること。おい、誹謗中傷は許さんぞ。Wait a minute. Sorry. P 要素はコードを扱いやすく構造化するとともに、要素はコードを扱いやすく構造化するとともに、スタイル設定を容易にするため、語術かなに置いています。フィーカージャパニーズフィーカー日本語を使ってるんだけ。何も語義物どうじゃないよ。まあ偽物Wait a minute. Sorry. Wait, that is fine. That is perfect.とぼけない限りです。とぼけから情けない限りです。これって中レベルなのか。What do you mean? Stop. Oh, sorry. P 要素をコードを扱いやすく構造化するとともに、スタイル設定を容易にするため、語術かに置いています。ユーザビリティとアクセシビリティのため、それぞれのフォームコントロールに名詞的にラベルをつけます。フォール属性をすべてのレベル要素にし、その値として関連つけるフォームコントロールの ID を取ります。なんじゃこれ。属性をすべてのレベル要素に使用し、その値として関連つけるフォームコントロールの ID を取ります。 これでフォームコントロールをラベルとあれ too much it's too much ラベルबनाなべまたからべYeah, our contact form is now complex. The data entry portion contains 3 text fields, each with a corresponding label. The input field for the name is a single-line text field. The input field for the email is input of type email, a single-line text field that accepts only email addresses. The input field for the message is the text area multi-line text field. In terms of HTML code, we need something like the following to implement these form widgets. Update your form code to look like the above. The P elements are there to conveniently structure our code and make styling easier. See later in this article. For usability, the accessibility, the for usability and accessibility, we include an explicit label for each form control. Note of the use of the for attribute on all label elements, which takes as its value the ID of form control with which is associated. This is how you associate your form control with its label. I'm not reading a story, so like even in English I need to read some lines for 2-3 times. That's why I switched back to English. Yeah, it's fine. Note the use of the for attribute on label elements, which takes as its value the ID of the form control, which takes as its value of ID of the form control with which it is associated, which takes as its value the ID of the form control which it is associated with. This is how you associated a form control with its labeled. 髪が立たず英語に戻ってしまうんだ。これ船内仕方がない。歯が立たず髪じゃない。歯。まあいいよ。Yeah, it's fine. This is how you associate a form control with its label. There is a great benefit to doing this. It associates the label with the form control, enabling mouse trackpad and touch device users to click on the label to activate the corresponding control. And it also provides an accessible name for screen readers to read out or to their users. You'll find further details of form labels and how to structure a web form. You know, I was going to say something to you. Yeah. Like I think I'm doing the main thing, so I don't want to do it in Japanese, cause like if I misunderstand something, and then later it would cause big problems to me. So that's why I'm not doing that. And like when it'll be my Nihongo jikan. That's when I'll read these kind of articles in totally Japanese. And yeah, then it's fine. On the input element, the most important attribute is the type attribute. Type attribute. Oh my. This attribute is extremely important because it defines the way the input element appears and behaves. You'll find more about this in the basic native control article later on. Damn. 練習あるのみ。なんでもない。気にしてないでね。よくイケメンくん。しょうがないからさ。できるようにきっとなれるでしょ。このスーパー赤学大学者。学問の広く深い人。赤学者。Wait a minute. 赤学はい。赤学なわけないだろ。ちゃんと日本語読め。練習あるのみ。Damn. This time you didn't use any kanjis. Huh? You thought I could read. But you're right. I forgot a lot of them. So it's fine. What's your reading? Eh? 漢字も書いたわ。飽きた。十分満足して、もう欲しくなくなる。満ち足りすぎてうんざりする。この言語無理だからさ。Damn. Your output is good, man. I could never think of that kind of stuff. I still speak the basic Japanese. That is. I don't know what's gonna happen. I think it's fine. Like on the input element, the most important attribute is the type attribute. This attribute is extremely important because it defines the way the input element appears and behaves. You'll find more about this in the basic native form control article later on. In our simple example, we use the value text for the first input. God damn. Oh, I look so bad. I need to. お前の動画の合意レベル高いすぎて。高くすぎて。Well, I mean, in those videos, I make a script and then I read that script like 3-4 times, and then I listen to that script also like 3-4 times, and then like I've basically I have like, you know, by the time when I sit and record, I know the whole script. I mean, I wrote it myself. Yeah. 俺が騙されたんだ。Yo, like, yeah, first of all, like, whatever I'm saying. Wait a minute, but I'm not cheating, okay? I write a script. I of course I use AI's app, and then I read it. Then I write the bullet points for that script in English, and then I when I hit the button to record the video, I only look at the bullet points, and that's it. Wow, これは衝撃。衝撃正直ね。Yo. What about you? Aren't you using something? ただのスクリプト表見なんだから。I'm not, いや何も使っていない。Yeah, that's cool. Damn. I like it. Like, but here. この速度ちゃんと見えるんでしょ？私のアウトプット。私。Yeah, man. It's fine, okay. I try to use Keigo too in my videos. So that's why I don't wanna say stupid stuff. I don't wanna, whatever I'm saying, I want to be right, it's a practice video, not my actual output video. You forgot the real motive of those videos. It's a ratio video, not the actual. 敬語はめっちゃ面白いよ。ね。使ってみたいね。これから。Like, in those videos, like, I used a bit, but, like, like, one time I wanna make a full video in, like, pure Keigo. And you're talking about a script, it's not easy to memorize a whole 10-minute long script and then talking for like 40 minutes straight, 30-40 minutes. Bro, that takes a lot of brain power. In our simple example, we use the value text for the first input. But it's not like I cannot communicate in Japanese at all. So I talk to my Japanese friend. In my broken Japanese. On the input element, the most important attribute is the type attribute. This attribute is extremely important because it defines the way the input element appears and behaves. You'll find more about this in the basic native form controls article on later. おっしゃる通り、この難しさはきちんとご存知します。Damn, 敬語。In our simple example, we use the value text for the first input. The default value for this attribute, it represents a basic single line text field that accepts any kind of text input. In our simple example, we use the value text for the first input. The default value for the attributes. The default value for this attribute, it represents a basic single line text field that accepts any kind of text input. For the second input, we use the value email, which defines a single line text field. We use the middle, which defines a single line text field that only accepts a well-formed email address. This turns a basic text field into a kind of intelligent field that will perform some validation checks on the data typed by the user. It also causes a more appropriate keyboard layout for entering email addresses. Example, with @ symbol by default to appear on a device, with dynamic keyboards with like smartphones. You'll find out more about this form validation and client-side form validation article later on. Last but not least, note the syntax of index versus text area. This is one of the oddities of HTML. The input tag is a wide element, meaning that it doesn't need a closing tag. This is one of the oddities of HTML. The input tag is a wide element, means that it doesn't need a closing tag. Output というのはインプットに直接な関係があると思っておりますですけれども、インプットしないと何にもアウトプットできない。That's so true. Like, when I'm watching that monster anime, like, it took me around like 2 to 3, I think almost a month to finish that anime. And when I was watching that anime, my confidence boosted so much that I could speak Japanese. I wanted to speak to someone, but that time, I had no one to speak to. So, and after that, I had my exam, and then that anime also, I finished that. And it's been 2 months. I haven't done any much of input. So yeah, it got down as the input went down. Like my Japanese also. 何もわからないんですから。わからにですから。Oh man. Recently I'm not getting any much time to do input, so after these coding sessions I mostly watch. I've started watching English movies at the time. I don't know, man. いずれにせよ日本語難しすぎる。がっかりほどね。何せよいずれじゃない。In our simple example, we use the value text. Oh, I already did that. 失望しか感じない。You're already good, man. Looking at your output, I'm jealous. I think tomorrow I'm gonna have to do a 10-hour reading stream. Yeah, that's not a good idea. Yeah, reading for 20 minutes a day every day is better than doing 10 hours one day in 2 weeks. これって片言ばかくせにことじゃないよ。That's good. I'm jealous. 嫉妬しているよ。 Last but not least, know the syntax of input versus text area. This is one of the oddities, like oddness kana, oddities विशिष्ट of HTML. The input tag is wide element, meaning that it doesn't need any closing tag. Text area is not a wide element, meaning it should be closed with the proper ending tag. This has an impact on a specific feature of forms. The way you define the default value. To define the default value of an input element, you have to use the value attribute like this. By default, this element is filled with text. The meaning it should be closed proper. This has an impact on a specific feature of forms. The way you define the default value. To define the default value of an input element, you have to use the value attribute like this. To define the default value of an input, you have褒めてくれて感謝しています。よくとも。君は俺の憧れの敵。Really? Damn. いや、的。敵じゃないですか。敵だよね。敵だよね。Value like that. Sorry, so bad. Mato wa kunyomi ne. Teki wa onyomi wa. Yeah. I've passed, I've cleared N2. I still don't know the difference between kanyomi and onyomi. I think kanyomi. Onyomi is the Chinese pronunciation and kanyomi is the Japanese one. But like I have, like I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Like I know the difference, but I don't care. Which is which is which. Who cares about that? Masaka. Masani. Maji. Maji da. Mama. Michi do toka. I mean, I can read them, but like I think do is Michi is Japanese. Do could be Chinese reading. Like how can you even remember that? Yeah, of course, like if you're doing that comparison thing from the starting, then yeah, you're gonna remember that, but I never did that. Never cared about it. So fine. Sasiga. Like I just know how to read. So who cares? Input field. This thing doesn't have that. By default, this element is filled with this text. On the other hand, if you want to define a default value for text area, you have to put between the opening. ああ、これだよね。これ。なんとか読めるからあんまり気にしないというのか。何かっこいい。なんかかっこいい。感服しています。感服 I don't know how I read stuff. 感服。深く感じて服従または敬服すること。服従。内や命令に従うこと。ああ、damn. Man, I learned a lot of stuff from you. だね。And like I even hide itかな even even turned off the English dictionary on my Yomitan. Yeah, now it's all Japanese. Either I'm understanding the meaning of the word or I'm just pretending like, yo, I get it. On the other hand, if you wanted to find a default value for text area like that, you can do it like that. Yeah, that's. Oh, Baba. Can somebody give me money? Or like that. 野望よ出てきた。そろそろ行かないと。またね、兄貴。兄貴。いや、またね。Yeah, of course. I will also complete this thing. I don't think I'll be able to do all of this. Yeah. I'll be back. I need to pee. お前 What time is it though, boy? たぜたぜただいまあनहाना पड़ेगा यार ये नहाने का काम भी बहुत है बेकार है ना शाह नहाना पड़ता है बहुत ही बेकार काम साला कौन ही नहाएगा भाई अब तेरा क्या ही है भाई yeah. Okay. Should I start? Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Let's continue. Okay, on the other hand, if you want to define the default value for a text area, you put it between the opening and closing tags of a text area element, like this, like that. Okay, like that. Yeah, today's copy pasting only. Pasting. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's very small. What up, boy? We don't like what up, boy. Oh, sorry. What up, boy? Get the hell out of here. Who's that? Wow, what English. Get the hell out of here. Top boy. What up, boy? Yeah, the button element. The markup for our button is almost complete. We just need to add a button to allow the user to send or submit their data once